Yeah, the only issue with the VODs channel is it is usually 2 to 3 days behind. But that's mostly so if I miss a stream, there's something going up somewhere. That one snuck up on me. Speaking of pinball, I played some pinball last night and it was fun. Good time. I've never actually tried Gen 2 in any format. Just haven't done it. I just haven't had a computer that's needed it. But anyways, I think it's time for us to dive into some Dwarf Fort. What do you think, chat? Now that the ads are done. Because I was waiting for those ads to finish. But yesterday things got a little wild. And I think I found either a bug or a balance oversight with
dwarfing up all the cultures today.
Invading things.
Demand you surrender, and you surrender. Airy body surrender.
Literally what Ilmiran just said. What kind of dwarf would you like, Snow? Thank you very much for the 19 months, by the way. Is we found out that if you've never attacked a location before, and you've never been to that location before, and you have an army with some skills, beard preference, if any, Snail? I presume no, but just clarifying. When you invade, when you demand surrender, how do I put this? The game doesn't actually know how big the enemy army is until you've attacked it, or visited the site, from what I can tell. So if you demand surrender, if you've attacked them, usually they just go, no, because it's your army versus the strength of their army, and their army is almost always going to be at least bigger in numbers, which makes it stronger. But if you just demand surrender unprompted, and they're not at war with you, and they don't know how big, the game doesn't know how big the enemy's army is, and so they just surrender. So I managed to make a Goblin Fortress of 4,000 just surrender unprompted. Anyway, they're probably going to go to war with me now. So that'll be fun. Yeah. So I now occupy a bunch of sites on the overworld because I just told them to give up. Which seems bad. Although I told Putnam and explained the issue, and Putnam's doing some more investigating, but like, it's one of those things where it's like, something changed at some point, or it's just been that way for a really long time and nobody's noticed. Literally, we just walked up and said, "We big strong dwarf, surrender!" Bah! And they did. It's like, how many is in your army? I don't know. How many's in your army? We don't know. Okay, well, surrender. Okay, fine, cool. Dwarf's in charge now. Might do that because you haven't had any sieges and you're at 112 pop. But yeah, I was doing it because I was presuming they would say no. And when they said no, my theory was that they would attack me. Like when you demand tribute, right? Tribute's fine when you demand that, because they just give you tribute a couple times and then they attack you. That's what the goblins do when you demand tribute. But I do gotta say that this is a first for me, actually successfully demanding surrender. So, and I've done that before, and they usually just say no. So at some point, something changed where the first time you demand surrender, especially if you're at peace with them, it's a lot easier for some reason, which is very funny to me. Oh, is that what Cosmic is? It's Pop OS? Gotcha. Okay. Sure. Look at the YouTube chat. Is you also suddenly gaining... Yeah, the funniest thing that happened yesterday was... Here, I can show you in the overworld in a second. The funniest thing that happened yesterday was we also gained a human town because the goblins that I bluffed at really loudly, attacked them, and then they joined me. So basically the goblins took over something for me on my behalf after I lied about how powerful I was. And now that is like part of my dynasty, basically. So this, where is it? We took over this site, Ruthless Carnage, and then Ruthless Carnage took over Shell Wasp here, which is now part of the Goblin government. Like, it's part of the Doom of Perfecting, which is the Goblin Civ, not my Civ, even though I took over them, and it's economically linked to me because of this site. And this is the Goblin site that I took over by just asking nicely, I guess. Demanding nicely. I also did that successfully with this Elven site down here, with a squad of, like, mid-tier trained dwarves. Yeah. Are you still alive? You were one of the dwarves that was doing the takeovers. Let's read through the named dwarves, and then we'll name Snail. So we got Rat Radis, we got Stone, we got Ches Cola, we've got Bennett, we got Alf, who's very happy. We've got Natalie, we've got Taters, who is now the Baron of Demon Judge, which is a much cooler name than Trumpetbeans, I do have to say. We got Stormwolf. We got Rusty. We got Zapperzen. We have Rin. We've got Alex Deather. We've got Feminoir. We've got Akanton. We got Nil Diamond. We've got Tyrantos. We've got a King of Pudding. We got Dakust, who's just a Dakust. I don't know why I read Dakust. We've got Shinobi. We've got Necrontyr, Jarkovlok, Elray, who grew up, who was a child originally, and Talon Artho and Tyr. So now I have to name... Oh, also the elephant's still alive, which is Wretched Television. And Starsmore the chicken is also still alive, who wanted the dumbest dwarf, so I gave him the dumbest dwarf. I think that's all the named animals. And the happiest dwarf is currently Rin, so Aban is what Snail gets. Thought you'd be dead by now? We haven't actually been sieged yet, because it took a very long time for the population to increase, and so we're on year 4, and the population is finally at a decent amount. Like, migration was really slow in this fort. But we're a baron now, so we're getting larger numbers of migrants. Or we are a barony, I suppose. He pursues matters with a single-minded focus, often overlooking other matters. He doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, and he is very curious and sometimes to his detriment. He is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate regardless of its merits. He can handle stress, and he has a greedy streak. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. And often feels cheerful, and has an active sense of humor. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and is currently more shameless. Also, YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the stream, yeah? He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. I need to cough, or sneeze, I can't tell. And I've needed to sneeze or cough for, like, the entirety of the time I've had the game actually in the game screen. And drinking water isn't helping. Anyway, he dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Like slate pewter as well as pink garnet and ulm leather, aardvark tooth, and paper and bracelets and giant mandrills for their colorful faces, and the words of the sparkle of scribing, and the sound of the desert of luxury, and the sight of the wispy style, and when possible he prefers to consume giant desert tortoise, pomegranate wine, and buckwheat flour, and absolutely hates fire snakes. He has a very long beard which is braided, and his long sideburns are neatly combed. He worships the god of torture and whatnot. He has one friend in the fortress, and this is the fortress. Let's zoom out a little bit. So one of the things that I need to do today is I need to finish making bedrooms. So we're going to have to focus on that, at least initially. But this fortress is actually really straightforward. So we've got like kind of our little crafting area down here, which is pretty compact. We've got our main temple, which is the Sanctum of Demons. Actually, I'm going to rename that because that needs a more appropriate for this fort name. I can't, hold on. I can't say the Sanctum of Bean Demons. The Beans of Demons. The Scalded Beans of Demons. There we go. Even better. So I've now renamed my temple of the Hateful Communion to the Scalded Beans of Demons, as it should be. And then we've also got the Inky Bean, which is my, I think this is the Craftsdwarf's Guild Hall. Yeah, that's the Craftsdwarf's Guild. Up here we got our tavern, which is the Eater of Beans. We have the, nope. Our hospital needs to be the Armored Heart Beans. There we go. And our library is the Creative Beans. And this is where my mayor works. This is where my baron is going to work. And then we got a bunch of bedrooms, and then the generic everything goes temple. This is kind of the central staircase here. This is where we trade. And then this is our little tower thingy. That's the fort. How do you like it? Toast Cat? I like it too. Where are the beans at? The fort. Oh, was it sanded beans? Oh, did I misread scald? Scalded is... No, you're right. How about the comedic beans? No. There we go. We'll go with the mean beans. I mean, this is the... Actually, no, I kind of just want to call it the mean beans. Yeah, we're just going to call it the mean beans, because it's the Hateful Communion. They're the mean beans. Have the goblins come to offer surrender yet? No, not yet. So, I'm hoping they will, though. But that's the kind of the brief overview of the fortress. Today we need a better entryway, more siege equipment. I want to actually... finish making all of this stuff for my baron and get some more bedrooms made. Although bedrooms are first. So let's work on some Rage Against the Bean. Jesus Christ, man. I feel like that's like a VeggieTales parody of Rage Against the Machine. Yes, also Robotnik's mean bean machine. This is what, okay, so if you're confused about all of these beans, don't be. Just bean it. It hasn't even been an hour. That's enough bean puns for the minute. The name of this area is the Plains of Odors, and we thought that was funny. And the creek that this fortress is on is I can't remember the first two words, but it's the Jackal of Beans is like the subtitle. So I was like, well, I'm going to name this fortress Trumpetbeans because everything is beans. And so everything is beans. I think you've lost the plot with the cabbages against tomatoes. Okay? I do think you've lost the plot there. It's so deep in its own reference, it doesn't make much sense anymore. Cool beans? Well, that's our fridge. Yes. The sieges will ruin you? I don't know. You just have to be a little bit aware. I will say that if you are scared of sieges, there is always the option to just simply pay the parlay when they offer it, but goblins don't always offer parlays now, which is kind of neat. Like, I've had sieges arrive and then not give me a parlay. For squads, we have 3 squads. They're getting up there, and they're mostly steel equipped. We do have access to 2 cavern layers, so there is that. You know, actually, let's just keep this to 3, because that looks a little sus. But yeah, that's the fort so far. But the big hope is that we get some proper, bigger sieges today. Keeps dropping you between 5G and LTE, and it won't help keep the connection going for Twitch. Yikes. I don't really know what to say, Nice Blue, because when I encounter that, I just don't watch usually. But hopefully it stabilizes. Hopefully. Hopefully it stabilizes. Speaking of cool beans, chat, have you guys encountered any fun sieges? Everybody always asks me that, but your guys' experience is often just as, if not more, varied than mine because there's more of you. So this is only my second fort since this version updated. So curious as to what you guys have encountered, if anything. There's been very few sieges. I think Dwarf Fortress always has been very few sieges. Or it takes a while for sieges to start in Dwarf Fortress, and it's always been that way. Or at least for a very long time it's been that way. With the exception of, like, necromancers. And I think now that people are specifically looking for sieges, it seems like it's taking way longer, you know? Crossbow turrets are pretty damn strong. Yeah. $100 zombies defeated by like 5 dwarves. Zombies are weak though. It's the intelligent undead that aren't. Like zombies have been weak for a very long time. They just attack quickly. They're like zerglings, like individually and like even in groups, zombies are pretty weak. It's the intelligent undead that are strong, and that's because they have powers and actually have skills and armor. Which kind of makes sense. I don't know. It's like intelligent undead are like the zombies from 28 Days Later, whereas the unintelligent undead are the zombies from Shaun of the Dead. We're like, yeah, they'll kill you if you lie down. Otherwise, just like walk around them and you'll be fine. Ballistas can still launch dwarves through a fortification? I mean, dwarves have always been able to launch through fortifications, and even after their pathing changes, they were able to do that. Because dwarves can, and so can anything actually, jump through fortifications. So like, if a ballista arrow flies past you, and you have to dodge out of the way of it, and it's only 1 tile wide, you're gonna dodge through the fortification. So yeah, that makes sense. I would hope they still can. I would rather a dwarf jumps through a fortification than gets hit by the ballista arrow. It's like, jump into the enemy or die. So, in my opinion, that is a good thing. And working as intended. Oh, he got hit? Oh. Oh, wait, so wait, the force of him getting hit by the ballista arrow launched him through it? Oh, that's funny. That is actually really funny if that's what happened. If that's what you mean, that's kind of amazing. What frame caps are recommended? Whatever you have an easy time watching. I usually turn mine down. Logan Mosher in YouTube chat. Chat, what frame rate do you play at? That's a good question that everybody can collaborate on. I tend to turn mine down a bit so that it's easier for chat to follow, but since this update came out, I've actually been playing at a higher frame rate just to, like, not speed run, but get through the early game a little bit quicker. But that's specifically because, like, I'm trying to get to sieges, you know? Normally, I run the frame rate a little bit lower, closer to about 60. But it depends on how fast you want your game to be and what you can run. Whatever it plays at? Yeah, I think the default is 100. I set my... also, word of advice. set your graphics frame rate to whatever your monitor speed is. So if you have like a 60 hertz monitor or a 59 hertz monitor, set it 60 or 59. If you have a 144 hertz monitor, set it to 144. That'll just make the UI very smooth. I think that defaults to 60, but I could be wrong. Like if you're playing Dwarf Fort and the UI feels a little bit sluggish, try changing your graphics rendering speed. And run a fort until it gets to like 10. It's been a long time since I've had a fort go that low. Partly because I just don't play them long enough, but also like, even when I've had very large forts, like it's been I have to do something really silly for that to happen. Like I want to say the last fort that I had that happen in was that fortress that got flooded that I made a video out of. Oh, is it 50 for graphical? Okay, yeah, change that. And sometimes I will turn down the frame rate during sieges and fights, like, to like 40 or 30 even, just so that it's easier to follow exactly what's happening and pause in time and stuff. I'm going to take this dwarf off of tasks and set you as a scholar because I would like you to get happier. And this dwarf is very upset. Oh, you're a naturalist. Well, that's interesting. Does that mean you're going to go take all your clothes off? You're pondering bandages. Huh. Well, that's interesting. I'm curious how this dwarf is going to feel about pondering stuff. Oh boy. I need more goblets. I'm just going to collect sand and make green glass goblets. Let's do 20 and 20. Presume because they're just all being used. Wait, really? Like setting your default graphical FPS up to 60 increased your frame rate by a ton? Hold up, what? Gray? That's kind of whack. I didn't know that worked that way. Like, it just makes my UI smoother. It doesn't actually increase the frame rate for me. That's a bit nutty. Well, I mean, that or that dwarf's just into naturalist medicine, which might explain why they're so upset. It's been like a year since you last played. You keep restarting due to perfectionism when you do. Just try and, if you keep restarting, just play them all in the same world. And you'll end up with a really interestingly populated world after a bit. Spending a lot of time in the same world is kind of like investing in making your fortress interesting in the near future. Huh. Well, that's interesting. Wait, hold on. You're using the Steam FPS? You're not using the Dwarf Fortress FPS overlay? Which is down there? I just cover it with me, but... Oh, I see. It's the graphical overlay when FPS went up to 144. Also, I could probably turn mine up now that I'm thinking about it. Even I'm not thinking about this, because I have mine set to 60, but this is a 144 hertz monitor. It has one built in? Yep. it's had it since as long as I can remember. Where is it? Show frames per second. Also, hey, Catpig, what's up? And Zalvi, good to see you. And Just a Geek. And Boom Boom's also here, hello. Ah. I feel fine, Neverwinter Nights. I just have a runny nose. Yeah, that's literally it. That's making my voice sound a little scratchy, but... As far as, like, this head cold goes, like, I feel totally fine. It's just kind of annoying. So hopefully it stops being just kind of annoying soon. But thank you for the well wishes, Neverwinter Nights content in YouTube chat. And speaking of which, I'm going to clear my nose once this ad break starts, which will be in 18 seconds. So you guys won't be missing anything of value. I will just mute my microphone for a sec. The sprites are so good. Yeah, I mean, like, Dwarf Fortress lost a bit of its nerd cred when it got official graphics, but that's about the only thing it lost for me. All right, let's just place some beds. I don't even know. Do I have chests and cabinets at the moment? I guess I do. And now I will pause game and just mute the microphone and clear my nose. Give me a sec. If you type in how many tickets, or exclamation point tickets, you'll see how many you have to invest. Can I read The Matrix? I played Dwarf Fortress from 2009 until, on and off, until the Steam release. So yes, I used to stream The Matrix. Can we see the ASCII version? Sure. That's the fortress currently. That this is still Dwarf Fortress, even with a full UI, it's still actually a thing? Totally. But, like, I think that there was a certain, like, mystique to playing the game in ASCII that even with the UI, it's kind of lost a little bit. Yeah, no, I mean, literally just hit escape and then go to settings and then turn it on and off. Like, that was one of the promised features, which is really funny because even in the free version, you can turn the graphics on. It's just in the free version, it does nothing. Which honestly, Sloth Dad, I actually think makes it way easier to learn the ASCII version. Something I used to do in older versions, Lazy Man, I'll get your dwarf named in a sec. I presume Beard because you said Guy. In the old ASCII versions, something that I used to do, which I found kind of silly, is I would have a tile set for the windowed version and no tile set for the full screen version. So I could turn on and off my tile set by hitting F11. Was something that I did in the older versions. Because I never used a graphical tile set, I used ASCII tile sets because they ran better back in those days. You still only play ASCII? You love watching the Steam version, though? Yeah, I mean, I play with the graphics on because it's easier to edit and it's easier to explain. Like, it's literally just a usability use case for me. How's the siege update going? Pretty good, Torin. He is confident under pressure and he doesn't stick with things, even if minor difficulties arise. He is very humble and he finds obligations confining, though he values the concept of loyalty and is troubled by these natural tendencies. He likes to take it easy and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Also, one other thing about the cold. I only actually had symptoms like the first evening, and it was literally just like a mild headache. And then it just kind of went away, so yeah, no. I don't really have any symptoms. He's somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and is curious and eager to learn and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He isn't given to flights of fancy and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and occasionally overindulges and is quite polite. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and is a hardened individual. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees introspection as important and doesn't care about nature one way or another and doesn't feel strongly about the law. Fort's going great. I can't wait for the goblins to ruin it. And the balance is completely different now. Oh no, the game's changed a lot between 47.05 and now. Like, in 47.05, you could get away with just having a dormitory and the dwarves would never get any really negative thoughts about it. Like, proper bedroom is like something that got amped up a lot in the Steam version, which is good, actually. He likes perclase and zinc, as well as cherry opal and papyrus, and the color scarlet, and battle axes and bucklers and chains, and the sound of the drums of ringing, and when possible, he prefers to consume giant louse and white millet beer, and absolutely hates worms. Although the thing that, like, always strikes me about 47.05 versus now, is just how much easier it is to build shit. Like, I forget that. Like, being able to do this, like, with wall pieces, like, just go, I don't know, salt, and then just get a little square like that, and then grab this, and then just draw like that. This is just so much easier. Like, I know some people are like, oh yeah, no, the mouse is like so much slower to use. It's like, in some ways, yes. In other ways, absolutely not. So, let's just get these all done up. I'm gonna make, I think, one more little batch of bedrooms, just so that I'm fully caught up. And then we're going to go work on the Baron's quarters. You should put on your glasses. That would help. The keyboard made you feel like you were Elite Haxer. The use of the keyboard only controls for me is the fact that you could play it on a netbook much easier than you can with a touchpad. Like, if you are a touchpad user, current Dwarf Fortress is a bit of a frustration. But to me, that's the only, like, pain point for me. You have your contacts out right now, as well to rest your eyes. You should probably put your glasses on. As somebody who wears glasses all the time and doesn't have contacts, I don't understand how people could go without their glasses for, like, more than 90 seconds. Like, to give you an idea on how bad my eyes are, every now and again, I'll get really drunk. Or, like, stay up too late. Or go to bed in a format that I don't normally go to bed in, and I don't put my glasses beside my bed. And if I don't remember where I put them, it takes way longer than I should admit to find my glasses. Like, there was a day where it literally took me about 4 hours to find my glasses in my old apartment right before I moved, because I went out with a friend, and we were out pretty late, and I got kind of drunk, and I left my glasses on my countertop, and the countertop in the old apartment that I had was a very dark color, and that apartment was very dark because it had very little natural light, and I hadn't turned the lights on yet. And I wandered around for about 30 minutes before I found them. I was like, where the fuck did I put my glasses? I can't find them. It's like I need a I'll find my glasses, but where's my phone type thing, you know? All right, so this is my very unfortunate Baron quarters. Very unfortunate. Definitely needs work. It's a bit of a fixer-upper, you know? Did I leave my glasses beside my bed or in the bathroom? Yes. Yes, like the Velma meme, bearded armor. I'm not actually allowed to do LASIK. Like, LASIK will not, like, if I go to a laser eye place, they will not permit me to do it. Because you're only allowed to get LASIK if you have 2 functional eyes. Because I have 1 non-functional eye and 1 semi-functional eye, it's considered too much of a risk if something fucks up. So, like, yeah, I'm actually not allowed to get LASIK. And I've just never bothered getting contacts because I just don't like them. For years, I worked in restaurants, and hot oil around eyeballs is bad. So I was very cautious to not get oil in or around my eyes. Oh, also, I got a confirmation last night. Previously, monster hunters wouldn't show up if you had open caverns, and that's been fixed now. So if you're getting monster hunters in open caverns, that's why. Apparently that's been fixed. Literally, I have no functional living herbalists in the fort. I was wondering why my plant count was getting a little low. That makes a lot of sense. But, we'll just set that to everybody does this. How about you down here? Only selected to do this. I only have 3. Yeah, I just need more gardeners now. Just need more gardeners. Just need more gardeners. You, right here, do you find the combat fun? Well, you don't like romance. Develops negative feelings. He has martial prowess. Sure, we'll check you in the military. You're the novice hammer dwarf, right? She's in the same boat. Yeah. I don't know. I don't need LASIK. I don't want it. Yeah, that's I guess the difference between me and your wife, Sloth Dad, is I'm legally blind with my glasses. Right? So that's why I'm just never gonna get LASIK. It's just not worth it. Also, I've personally met too many people who've had LASIK go wrong and it's caused pain and stuff. Who are like, nah, I got enough shit wrong with my eyes. I don't want to gamble with that. I'm good. Glasses aren't that big of a deal. I quite like glasses, actually. I've learned to like them over the years. Personally, sees power of others as something to strive for. Wow, what a person. Does not seek retribution for past wrongs. Absolutely, yeah. Want to be a CEO. Huh. Somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Not good in combat, though. That's unfortunate. She thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Does not hate or develop negative feelings. Is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. Put you in there. You dream of mastering a skill. Self-worth. Is prone to feelings of lust. Often enthusiastic. Values parts of merrymaking in the abstract. Occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand. Friendly individual. Slow to anger. Are you strong? You're weak. Zany. Zany's fun. If dwarves are zany, they are not anywhere... They are much harder to upset by making them naked. So if they lose all their clothing, they are much less likely to go nuts. Which I find very funny. Let's just jump down here to see actually what's going on with my foodstuffs. I'm just gonna plant some more plump helmets around the season. It seems like we're getting a little short on those. And I'm actually just going to go down to here and do this. Just get some harvesting going down underground. Jump back over to where the migrants are coming in. You're a mechanic. What's my favorite style for glasses? The one I'm currently wearing. I don't know. This is also just like me with glasses thing. I like it when other people wear glasses instead of contacts. Because, I don't know. I just like glasses. Because I've had glasses my whole life, so. Dude's got a thing for glasses, if you know what I'm saying. Unless they have cameras on them that record me. Not a fan of that. Glasses are like my favorite fashion accessory. if you want to call them that. Mate, unless you know exactly what's wrong with my eyes, just know that what you're saying reads as very silly to me. No, Cree. I have birth defects in my eyes that make my vision shit. Exercising eyes doesn't, you know, I can take care of my eyes, which I do, but you can handle stress. That's good. I'm gonna throw you in as well. I think it's you, right, Bimble? You're at a house party setting up, and you stuck your phone on the fridge for safekeeping, and fucker got pushed behind the fridge. Found it the next day. Yeah, well, at least you can make it beep. And at least you found it. And you won't even perceive it? That almost that reads like color blindness almost. Competent siege operator. Okay, we'll let you in. What about you? Thoughtless. Oh, that's interesting. Is it my little tumult in Discord? Are you brave in the face of imminent danger, though? I mean, most people seem to think that if you're legally blind, you can't see. Most people, even people with white canes, have some form of vision. Like this eye that I talk about not working at all sees light and motion. It's funny because every now and again people will be like, well, you could get a glass eye, or would you replace it with a bionic eye? It's like, well, not really, because like, yes, it's non-functional, but I can tell if something's coming towards me. So it's still useful, even though it's not, like, functional. If I had two eyes that were as bad as this one, I wouldn't be able to play video games. But it's still useful. Like, I can see my hand moving. I just can't tell that it's a hand. It's kind of hard to explain, I guess. I don't know about this one. Because the only real like she has is... And she wants to create a great fart. No, I'm not going to throw you in the military. Hailmind! What a good name. She's, what is lack of perseverance? She tends to think of her. She does... Do you dream of mastering a skill? Raising a family. Oh, she finds weapons and fighting distasteful. Dang it. Novice, talented marks dwarf, and novice swords dwarf. What a dwarf. She can handle stress. Dreams of mastering a skill. There we go. Now we're talking. There's my third squad. What about you, Gelder? I think we'll just let the rest in. Bumps us over 100 dwarves, possibly. 97. 98. 99. Hondo? There we go. Now we're talking. Into the triple digits. It's good to have you around. Tullus. What's my favorite candy bar? Hold on. Why are the bot sounds not working? Something's up with that. Stola should be able to use that. The heck? It did work? Okay, maybe my brain is just completely tuned to them out. Which actually makes a lot of sense. Okay, that one I heard. You have to use the loud beep more often so that I hear it. It's kind of hard to miss that one. Let's just use mudstone for these walls. I actually really like the color of mudstone. It's like a off gray. Yada, yada, yada. Okay. Now that I'm paying attention, I'm hearing them.
See how he bites off.
You remember when your significant other put my glasses on for the first time and was like, "Oh my god, you really can't see, I'm sorry." Oh, that's kind of funny. Scrolling up to catch up on chat in the YouTube and the Twitch chat. How bad your vision was in case I had my glasses off and I took a photo with your phone to get the similar effect, and she was like, "Oh shit." It's also, it's really funny, it's really funny when people say, like, I'm so sorry about vision, especially for me, because, like, I was born with vision this bad, and I like to tell this story about the first time I started getting glasses, because I didn't get glasses until I was, like, 11, and the first time I got glasses, I remember going outside and looking up and seeing stars, and I'd never seen stars before, and being like, "Oh, that's what stars look like. I thought none of you could see them either." Like, I could see, like, the North Star, and that was, like, it. And I used to live somewhere that had very, very little light pollution. So it wasn't like, you know, a light pollution thing. It was just I just kind of assumed that other people also couldn't see stars. Yeah, that's a very common one, Mr. Tast. But it was the stars that really got me. Recently, you found out that you don't have an inner monologue and can't imagine objects. I've heard that from a few people, which actually kind of is wild to me, because I have so much of an inner monologue, I'll have active conversations with myself. Like, I will discuss shit with myself while I'm just, like, out and about doing stuff. Sometimes I never stop talking to myself in my head. I'm doing it right now. Who wins those arguments? Me, obviously. No contest. Ask a silly question. Get an indecisive answer. You have an internal monologue dialogue tree? So what you're saying is that you always select the renegade option, Elfie. Renegade. What your description reminded me of pictures is how, compound eyes of insects see? Huh. I mean, I don't know what the compound eye of an insect sees. Rather, I mean, I've seen approximations of it before in like images, but I find that stuff so hard to imagine. Let's get rid of a bunch of these animals that I don't need or want. Let's get rid of you. I was gonna say they're probably gonna have a whole bunch of babies soon. Let's just chop up all the hens. Or a bunch of them. There we go. The hamsters control my computer. Because everyone thinks that you would like it. I mean, I dislike D&D because I have to, like, socialize with other people. It's got nothing to do with imagining shit, so. Everyone also thinks I would like D&D, but the funny thing that I've learned about people who really like D&D is they all assume that everybody would also like D&D, which is kind of adorable. But then again, I guess you could say that about a lot of hobbies, you know? People that get a lot out of a hobby and really enjoy a hobby, presuming that everybody else would also enjoy that hobby. Yeah, Tolis. I know. You know, like my dad thinking that I would be way into model trains. I wasn't. I'm just gonna specifically make some microcline blocks. Because I want more blue in the fort, and currently we don't have enough blue. Just so that I can finish that floor. It's bugging me. How many gems do I have at the moment? Lots. Okay. Let's cut some gems. What kind of... Oops. What kind of gems do I have the most of? Let's do those. On repeat. And... let's do those. On repeat. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to hit repeat, but oh well. It's a good way to hang out with friends. No, that's fair. I mean, I think I'm kind of a frustrating person to hang out with sometimes because, like, I play video games for a living, right? So people often go, oh yeah, we can hang out and play some games. And then my response is almost always, I would rather do literally anything else. So the result is I often just don't hang out with people. Because people just rightfully assume, I would say, that I am the sort of person who would just hang around and play Mario Kart, which is, like, absolutely not the case. I have fun for work. Oh, I don't always have fun while streaming. Sometimes I play themes or challenges for Dwarf Fort that make the game absolutely not even remotely fun. It really depends. I'm also going to increase the number of rock block shops. Whoopsies, rather. That's supposed to be 200. Currently it's set to 2 shops max. We're going to increase it to 3. That is a very heavily encrusted minecart. God, that was an unfun fort to play. Tolis. Or not Tolis, I was reading the wrong username. DS. Totally orange, yes. Correct. YouTube unsubscribed you from my channel? I've, like, never heard of that happening to somebody. That's interesting. Also, I wonder... At least, okay, so this is actually helping this dwarf get less upset. This dwarf does get angry after getting into arguments, though. I need more tables and chairs in this tavern because I'm seeing dwarves going around without them. So I need to make more tables and chairs. Presuming they made more goblets. Yep, they did complete that. Let's just set you to repeat. And collect sand for a bit. And then I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to you and also tell you to collect sand for a bit. And then I'm going to also go here and say table, green glass, and throne, green glass, throne. And then collect sand twice for every time you do that. And it's only going to do it at the one shop instead of both of them, so that I'll have a surplus of sand. Which is like the manual way of making sure I just have sand available. I mean, that would be my idea of what the goal of a DM would be, is to just tell a story, right? Tell a story, provide a narrative, make fun for your crew, essentially. As opposed to making fun of your crew, which, And if the rule is ruining your story, then that rule can change. Well, I mean, I think anybody... I'm assuming a lot about people who play D&D. I presume that most people who play a lot of D&D end up... basically building a homebrew by the time you've been playing for a long time. Like, once you've been at it for a while, it just eventually becomes homebrew. Like, you start off just playing with whatever rule set makes sense to play with, and then it becomes homebrew. Homebrew. Blah, blah, blah. Homebrew? What the fuck is brule? It's not a word. Today's one of those days where my mouth is just refusing to listen to my brain, turns out. The Stark waving mad section was hilariously epic. Yeah. He's definitely doing a character in that whole bit. Some ads just started, so I'm just going to pause the game until the ads are done, but I will, like, designate a few more floors. Let's see what I can do. Just kind of want to do a pattern out of microcline or something. Something like that. What else do I have that's fun? Let's do marble and shale in a checkerboard. Yeah, we'll do it that big. And then... Actually, I could cram one more up there. Then do this, and go shale. And then let's go back to a different color, but we'll wait for the ads to be done. Actually, let's throw one down in the doorway there so I can install the door, because this is just going to be a dining room. Yes, Elith. Which was the first 2 years the game was available. Well, a year and a half. It was from release in August 2006 until, I think it was December 07? It was like the end of 07 was when Dwarf Fortress became 3D. Dr. Stephen Homebrew. Yeah, there you go. I have a question. Is it Dungeon Master or Game Master? Because I've always heard the term DM. Is Game Master just like the non-denominational Dungeon Master? Like DM versus GM? Because to me, GM just sounds like a car. Or a truck. Or a stadium that's no longer called that. Okay, so it's like the Wizards of the Coast version versus just like I play tabletop games version. Got it. Okay. It's game agnostic, sure. Storyteller also shows up? That just makes you sound like a bard, though. For Operation Designate? Yeah, I've only ever said the words DM in public, but yeah, anyway. You like the sound of Game Master more? Yeah, I don't know. To me, Game Master just doesn't sound like you're playing tabletop games for some reason, which doesn't make much sense, actually, now that I think about it. Like, to me, it sounds like you're talking about, like... How do I word this? It sounds like you're talking about, like, a referee in a football match. Not tabletop, to me. I don't know why that is, actually. Like, there's no real logic behind that thought, but that is the thought that I have. This is turning out nicely, actually. I'm going to make the bedroom, because this is going to become the bedroom. I'm going to channel out these walls a little bit so that I can put a new wall in, and then I'm going to dig down one layer, I think, and go underneath. Let's also go above ground and collect some fruits and veggies. And then see what the fuck is going on with this. Why are you not brewing? Well, you are brewing. Okay. We literally just ran out of plants. Referee is a common term for it, actually. Calling your your DM or your GM a referee is really funny. Like, truly, that's very funny. Live action chess. I've seen people make chessboards in Dwarf and then make all the pieces out of statues, but I'm too lazy to do that. I am going to, like, do maybe a little bit more with this. I like to just make patterns, which is probably what I'm going to stick to be honest. Did they finish making those microcline blocks, or are they still making them? Oh, they're still making them. Oh, certainly. They absolutely would function as the referee. Like, that is more or less the job by function, but it's just it gives me funny I'm just I'm imagining a dude in a referee suit in front of a bunch of nerds playing a tabletop game with a whistle just blasting it at their face. That's my mental image. So, yeah. It's garnering funny descriptions in my head. That's all. You can also bribe them? I guess that's why you bring desserts to the tabletop game, hey? I can absolutely guarantee you that has happened. That's a standard Warhammer tournament. Okay, now Warhammer makes sense to have a referee. Okay, that makes sense. Meanwhile, YouTube chat. I literally cannot find my glasses. I'm sorry, Grant. Best of luck. Yellow card. Exactly. Starsmore. Your rooster's still alive, by the way. I don't know how giving me $10 in a YouTube super chat, Panthacarpy, helps Grant find their glasses. But thanks for the $10 in the super chat. Can I get a round of beers for that? Instead of yelling, "Open your eyes, ref," you could tell them to open their mind. And when you try to make some obscure rule or interaction work. Can you be the most unhappy dwarf? I don't think they're named. Yeah, you can. Avo's the naturalist. If you'd like that dwarf, you can have that Mad Lab. Sure, yeah, I think I've heard that terminology used like that before, Kieran. The glasses are gone forever. Cat probably pawned them for... You mean pawed them, not pawned? They pawed them for crack. Mm-hmm. Or tubes. Probably tubes. Mad Lab is a coward. I'm sorry, and is completely overwhelmed by fear when confronted by danger. Doesn't seek out excitement and tends to be passive in discussions. Doesn't try to get things done perfectly and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. Doesn't mind wearing something special now and again and could be considered rude. She enjoys the company of others and is quick to anger. She tends to hang on to grievances and occasionally overindulges. She is open to changing her mind and can sometimes act without deliberation. When she's nervous, she drums her fingers. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. And then sometimes just like 35 minutes of politics and why I'm a socialist and not a Marxist. Oranges here. Then back to Dwarf Fortress, of course. Who let the Hobbit in? We're gonna get sued. Okay, that is a problem. She personally respects the law and is somewhat put off by trade and commerce. Doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship and dreams of mastering a skill. Okay, not today, chat. We're here for fun. I mean, hey. You don't need them for motor. Okay, so in YouTube chat, Corvidus says, my glasses keep falling apart. Damned screw holding the lens in the frame keeps working itself loose. I could explain why they'll never stay together again, but you don't need them at monitor distances, just for longer distance vision. Yeah. The screws in your glasses are held in by a glue that hardens when there's no oxygen. And if that glue gets removed, your glasses will literally never stay together because there's so much tension on that tiny screw. So if you take them to a glasses shop, they'll just fix it. Usually they don't even charge you for that. I try, Tubby Lord. Or, yeah, buy some Locklight. You didn't know that part? Makes a lot of sense. Yep. But then you have to get Locklight, right? Epoxy lasts longer than marriage. So do cockroach infestations. What's your point? Anyway, this dwarf likes pyrolusite as well as brass.
Rin's gravity cheered. X
Sorry, weird sound outside.
If it's not a problem, may we check on the dwarf Rin?
I don't believe I've ever heard a police car make that sound before. Rin's Gravity, thanks for the $1. We check on your dwarf? Sure. Likes brass tables and kestrels for their hunting prowess. When possible, prefers to consume parsnip wine and kangaroo's milk, and absolutely hates worms. No, 2 police cars were going through a intersection, and they made a blipping sound I've never heard before. I was like, what the fuck is that? It sounded like a bell on crack going haywire. It's the weirdest sound I've ever heard. Rin is very happy. One of the happiest dwarfs in the fort. You've raised a family, which is why you're so happy. He's not even in government anymore, though. Like, there's photos of him walking around in Walmart, raging furball. Also, the funniest part about that statement is, like, not supporting communism, because you think that man... as if that man's a communist. Anyway, what was I doing? Right, I'm going to finish reading Mad Lab. I'm curious about if this dwarf has much family, or has any friends. Nope, just one surgeon. He's your friend. You did meet that first adventurer that came by way back at the beginning of the fort, though. No, but I did go down to the ocean when there was a tsunami warning. Giraffe. So... we don't get tornado warnings here. I think if there was a tornado warning, I think we'd have bigger problems, actually. All right, let's not just insult people. Boom, boom. I'm gonna just like put a kibosh on that discussion. Oh, hey, the humans brought wagons. I normally play on maps with very dense forests, so it's fun to actually see the wagons working as intended. They meet with the goblin keeper of the seal, Ushnik Otu. Greetings, noble dwarf. There's much to discuss. Their head of trade is a goblin. A very young goblin, too. Only 106 years old. Has never killed anything. Seems to have always been a citizen of the Kingdom of Animals, the human faction. Has a very bright red skirt on. You have to deal with hurricanes and tornadoes. I had a viewer once who was in chat who was like, hey, guess what's in my backyard? And I was like, what? And he goes, a tornado. And I was like, are you concerned? He goes, nah, it's like, he's like about half a mile away. I was like, why are you not concerned? He goes, I don't know, it's not coming towards me. I'm just mowing the lawn. It's like, how are you so calm? What the fuck? How's the update been? You haven't had the chance to dig into it, but you're curious about it. It very much increases the variety of sieges. And it also integrates a little bit of legends into sieges. The game is now a lot clearer with who's leading the siege, where the siege is coming from. It's not as easy as it used to be to just be like, meh, fuck this siege. I'm just going to ignore them. You kind of can't do that anymore, which is good. Yeah, it's been a very nice change from what I've seen. There are some issues with frame rate and such, but that hasn't been the majority of my experience. I'm just gonna get rid of all of this cow hair thread, and the water buffalo hair thread, and the yak hair thread. Well, maybe I'll keep some of it for the hospital, but most of that I'm just gonna get rid of because I just don't need it. We'll sell those windows. Grab a few finished goods bins. Pull out the items I need. When you were in Japan during the Fukushima disaster, folks were very confused, and I was like, nah, I'm good. Yeah. Especially if you bought them from them, you should never be charged for that kind of repair. The glasses place that I bought these glasses at, by the way, just to jump back to the glasses discussion, they would re-seal or refix the screws for 1 year after you buy them, and then after that it's like $3 or something. Like, they charge you for a new screw, but that's it in regards to glasses. Cat 1 to 3 hurricanes, you just shrug, it's just another storm. Yeah, I mean, we get tropical storms here sometimes, and storm surges, but we don't get hurricanes. Basically, we get that amount of rain, we don't get that amount of wind. At least, not very often. The mayor has been re-elected, which is good. Man, alcohol getting low. I really have to redo the plant amounts that we has in this fort. Right on the coast? Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I'm also right on the coast. It's just different coast. Population has jumped from where I last saw it 2 days ago. Yeah, no, it took 2 years for migration to get started in this world for some reason, which was a little odd, but it's gotten going now. We're up to where we should be. It's not a rule if there are exceptions. Weather patterns change our understanding. Yeah, well, I mean, the status quo of weather is definitely changing. I need to use the toilet, so I'm just going to take those gems. take all of these boulders except for the clay, because I don't really need it. Well, I guess I could use it, but I'd rather just use the coal. I'm gonna buy those ropes. Water skins, just the stuff I'm too lazy to make. Whatever that thing is. Some of these. The puzzles for the kids, etc. I'm gonna buy the bags. I'm going to... buy the bolts. Although those are a bit on the expensive side, so not those pricey bronze ones. And see if they'll trade, which they did. Excellent. All right, chat. I'm going to quickly go use the washroom. You guys can follow the broker for a sec. I will be right back.
Over here, he has a sword!
Cheese for everyone!
Bring out your dead!
Sandwich!
All right, made it back. You need to get a second screen so you can watch DF while you... Well, so you can play DF while you watch DF. Can I just say that I don't understand how people use computers without more than one monitor? Which is maybe, like, the most elitist feeling I have about computers. Is I don't understand how people can use computers without having, like, maximum screens. So, we're starting to run into food problems. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down into here and just gather a ton of stuff from the caverns. And then go up to the surface and gather a bunch of stuff. But we're going to start some above ground farming, I think. Because I could very easily, like, expand on this little design and get a bit of above ground farming going. And I think that that would actually probably be good for the fort as a whole. I also need to make some more bedrooms for the underground area. So that's kind of, I think, the next project. And I also need to finish up the Baroness's quarters. The Baron and the Baroness's quarters. Let's do it to there. Hack down those trees. And go underground here. Let's go up to this. Start this getting dug down. Go to this. Place more microcline. Ah, darn it. You still making microcline blocks over here? Oopsies. Can't keep losing my spot. Nope. Let's go blocks. And we'll just set you as microcline. Let's do it that way until we run out. There we go. Yeah, I think like the only alternative Curse and Colossus I would have would be like one very widescreen monitor, but I don't know. I prefer the multiple screens in different orientations. Like I have 2 vertical monitors and then a central monitor, which is much nicer than the 2 vertical monitors. When you try to update DFHack, it tells me that you have no internet connection, but obviously I do, even left the stream for a while to give it bandwidth. Same thing. Where are you trying to update it from? Steam? Or GitHub or something? That seems weird. Let's also go over to here now that I've traded. Now I have a bunch of bituminous coal around. We can make that. Let's check my soldiers, see how armed they are. These are the ones that matter here. Okay, so we are short on a bunch. Okay, we've got a bunch of dwarves using wooden swords for training. That's not good. Let's get some more steel weapons made. And also try and sort out this food issue. Steel spears. Let's make steel bars. Wait, am I not? I thought I had a automated make. Suppose that pig iron ran out. Make pig iron. Say 25 bars. How much hematite am I sitting on? Tons. Okay. Let's smelt some hematite ore, but only if the number of bars is below 20, the number of hematite is above 10, and the amount of refined coal is above 10. And let's smelt, yeah, just 10. Let's do it that way. Let's get to that. Checking on you. Is anybody gathering these plants? Yeah, there they go. It's weird. I probably also need a secondary one of these. Oh, I know what's maybe happening. Yeah, okay. A bunch of my drinks are currently set to be cooked. That's part of what's happening here. So I'm competing with my kitchens for drinks. You know, it's funny because a lot of people say like, oh, make sure that you don't cook plump helmets. That's never my issue. I always have plenty of plump helmets. It's like they cook my alcohol is the problem that I run into. It's like I haven't turned on don't cook plump helmets yet. But at the same time, I haven't had an issue with that. But maybe I should turn it off. Turn it off anyway. You restarted your computer? Didn't change anything? That's weird. Yeah, no idea. Yeah, Steam refusing to download something and claiming that you have no internet connection is bizarre. Have you ever created a min-max fortress? I just don't like playing that game. Or playing the game that way. Like, my brain doesn't work that way, Curious in YouTube chat. They're asking if I've ever made a pure min-max fortress, purely an ugly hellhole for pure maximizing as many elements of the game. I don't think that way for video games. So I, like, don't min-max any games. Because I don't think that way. It's very difficult for me to min-max games, and I just don't enjoy it. Like, in order for me to do that, I think I would probably need to follow a guide purely, and I wouldn't enjoy that at all. So, no, I have not, because I do not enjoy playing games that way. According to Xylem, if you have issues downloading things from Steam, it's best to clear Steam's download cache. Whatever that means. Is I'm Stupid still alive? I think so, but isn't on the map anymore. I want to say that they're in one of these occupied goblin... Wow, okay, that's crazy. So this is... Oh. Huh. So I took over this goblin fortress. I think the goblins took it back over. That's interesting. It's no longer under my control. Anyway, I want to say that they became the leader of a location that I took over, because I took over a bunch of locations in a pretty short period of time. Also, this is interesting. Never mind, I was looking at it wrong. I thought for a second that this was a populated, no civilized population site, which would have been really strange. Yeah, no, they became one of the leaders. Is Jarkov still alive? Yes. Jarkov Binks. Jarkov is in fact still alive. And is currently training. Although I need to give this squad a break pretty soon. And some migrants have arrived, right next to a bunch of impalas. Some more migrants. Let's jump back down to this layer. I gotta make more bedrooms, I think. That's the... Back to Project Bedroom. Project Sleep Time. I need to also make a proper kitchen somewhere. I'm actually gonna put some stills in my tavern. I really like doing this. Just having alcohol brewed directly in the tavern is always something I like doing. Did your dwarf get captured? Possibly. But not in the fort anymore, so probably. Not captured, but like the location that you were in got taken over. I mean, the only way that I really know of to play Dwarf Fortress as a min-max game would be to maximize inputs and outputs, but the game kind of actively discourages you from doing that, YouTube chat, which is why I like... One of the reasons I like Dwarf Fortress so much is because it actively discourages min-maxing. I mean, you can play it that way. I know people who do. I just very much dislike playing it that way. Hope you're okay. If you come back as a migrant, then you are. Otherwise, you're dead. So, sorry, but... Sorry for the bad news there, sir, but, unfortunately, I don't think things went super well for you. Gonna get this squad training again. And take that other squad off of training is what I'm going to do. So you are going to go, yep, you're going to go train there. And then you guys up here, stop training here. And go to no orders. And also upgrade your equipment if you can. I'll be still on in multiple hours, probably. Orange is here if you're still here. Otherwise, yes, I will still be on. You do city block bedrooms due to getting fed up of laying them out? I think I just get too much enjoyment out of doing them individually for me to be able to get fed up. Quite literally. Like, it's just something I enjoy doing so much that it's like half the fun of the game for me. No crossbow dwarves yet? That's what this whole squad is. I'm just rearming the non-crossbow dwarfs. But no, I've absolutely got crossbows. I also, although if you're looking at like the dwarf list, it might be a bit deceptive because I'm literally just training them as wrestlers for dodging. Because they just train so much faster when they're fighting live targets, I just find that to be the better way to do it. Or anyway, that's usually how I end up doing it. Do I have any hatch covers? No. Let's make some hatch covers. Rock hatch cover. Yeah, sure, that'll be fine. I'm just going to go out to here, and I'm going to dig down one. It's so weird that this map is actually hot enough that the game thinks that it's, like, lava. It's so bizarre. So bizarre. Truly one of the strangest things I've ever encountered in this game. For this fort, I have been... I do that sometimes. I don't do that all the time. Under the brim. But for this fort, I have been. I didn't in the last fort. The future beans. Sure, I could do that. The future beans! As opposed to the beans of future past. Would you also like to name a dwarf, or do you just want to name the squad? You can have a dwarf too if you like. Oh, I see the issue here. I want to put a glass roof on top of this. Also need to chop down these trees. Where are my woodcutters? Woodcutter. Name one after you. You don't care who? Thanks. Can do. I feel like I should at least give you a dwarf. What about Zulban the Holy Cradle? He lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace and is currently cleaning up vomit. He is very curious, and sometimes to his detriment, he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and he has little interest in joking around, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He tends to be swayed by emotions of others and is often nervous. He is quite polite and is somewhat quarrelsome. He is bothered by this since he values friendship. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and occasionally can overindulge. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he tends to think before acting. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally respects the law and does not care about family one way or another. He likes chromite and bilin and gold opal, as well as raspberry pink, and the words of the born ghosts and the sound of the flowery skirts, and when possible, prefers to consume demon rat, brook lamprey, and turnip wine, and absolutely hates mussels. The red squigglies? Oh yeah, no, it's literally like we did some DF hack shenanigans to figure out how hot it actually is in this map, and we've determined it's like 40 plus degrees Celsius on this map at all times, which is pretty hot, if you ask me. That wasn't even a cough, that was a sneeze. Also, I can... Whoop. The dwarven child, Einod, has been possessed. We're going to get an artifact. I'm going to go over to here and actually make this into a dining hall. We're going to use green glass tables. And we're going to use green glass thrones. I'm going to see if I have statues. I don't. I'm going to see if I have bookcases. I do. Also makes me wonder, what have I been decorating? Coffins, altars. Ooh, altars. I should actually throw that altar into here. Actually, never mind. That's not a temple. Feels a little silly. Where did I put that other temple? It's up here. That's where I should put it. My iron altar. Kind of new to dwarves, you're curious. Will dwarf automatically feed animals placed in underground rooms, or is it better to place them on moss? It depends on the animal type. Some animals need to graze and some don't. If they need to graze, then you need to put them on grass or moss. If they don't need to graze, then they'll just feed themselves. If they are a pet, dwarves will feed their pet, but then it consumes food. Like if they're a named pet, basically. But yeah, I guess like wrapping the conversation back around to the design of fortresses. At the end of the day, I just make fortresses that look nice to me because I could care less about how optimized they are layout-wise. And that's about it, quite literally. Like, I do not care what they look like. As long as they function, that is literally all that matters to me. and look nice. I'm going to, I think, make more drink. Because we are making drink way too slowly. Like, it's actually making me nervous. How low my drinks are getting. My first combat in your first combat in Dwarf Fortress and runs around with hair on fire. Oh, you have a siege that's happening? What are they attacking you with? I don't know what's up with this dwarf. To the point where, like, I think I may actually swap out this militia commander because this dwarf has literally never equipped a weapon. There's something going on with you. So I will throw a different squad into your job, or a different dwarf into your job. Then tell you to go update your gear. Because there's something weird going on with you. Unless you have, like, some sort of strange custom uniform on. You don't. Yeah, you're still not equipping a uniform. What? I don't get. Set it as a custom uniform, maybe? Weird. Does he have an injury? No, it's just the captain of this squad never equips any gear. And I don't know why. How about I do this? Let's just reassign metal uniform. Okay, now you equipped it as spear, but nothing else.
Crypt beer.
Tango, thank you very much for the second month with Prime. Welcome back. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Tango? Helping keep the channel funded. By the way, if you like the way this channel is, and you like the lack of paid sponsorships on it, and you happen to have a Prime sub, maybe do what Spotted Tango did and chuck it at me. It gets you some emotes, ad-free viewing on Twitch, and helps me pay my mortgage. The Dwarven child, Turilil, has created a rock salt bracelet and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestry Ustuth Tongs hoisted. This is a rock salt bracelet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval rock salt cabochons and encircled with bands of rectangular rock salt cabochons, copper, and round lime wood, and naff and tower cap. This object menaces with spikes of rock salt. The previous one wasn't a hunter. I could check if this one's a hunter. I'm going to give that to my Baron, I think. What do you need? You need bucklers? Right. I canceled that task a while ago. And you need scepters. Okay, so bone scepter. Bone scepters do 3 seasonally, and actually just gonna make some steel bucklers. And then make wooden buckler. 2. Well, 3 seasonally. And I'll just sell those. Von Galactic might get the neck one, though. Well, it's okay. Sharing is caring. All right, over here I need to do more floors. Borax, which, get rid of that. Go back over here. Throw those in for a little bit of color variety, because I'm running out of borax now. Let's do rock salt for the rest of these. Get these bedrooms done, because I got more dwarves in the bedrooms that need or dwarves that need bedrooms. Do all this, do all that, and that. Well, that's good. I mean, if you watch a lot of Twitch, Turbo's just good value for your money at that point. All right, so let's check this dwarf. Are you a hunter? No, he is not a hunter. He was an He was a machinist. Yeah, I don't know. There's something bizarre going on with this squad specifically, and the captain of it. I think I might just delete this squad. I think I'm just gonna do that. Because there's just something odd going on there. I did take over a lot of locations with it. And in the past, if a dwarf takes over a location and becomes a religious figure, they would get booted out of the squad. So I'm wondering if possibly there was something that happened there. Need to remove Alpha's one, even though that hasn't been causing issues. Because I do actually wonder, like, it is not impossible that something is happening there. Also, the certain beans. Sure. Set you to constant training. Are you picking up equipment now? Because, yeah, that's probably what was happening. Slot that. Something to do with that. They do get kind of weird when you take over a bunch of locations. Although, I'm starting to wonder more so if it's even this squad, or if it's literally the militia commander. Because I do have a, like, this is my militia captain. Or commander, not captain, rather. Like this guy. And so it seems to always be this dwarf who is failing to equip everything. I wonder if I set somebody else as the militia captain, if you can go pick up stuff. Again, no. Like, just goes and gets only a spear. It's really weird. Like, I genuinely do not know what's causing this. Are you gonna go pick up a full set of gear now? I've not had a captain of the guard in this fort yet, no. I also haven't really had any crimes, so I haven't really had any reason to. That would just, like, if I had a captain of the guard, it would just enforce, no, I don't want you. It would just enforce, petitions, which currently I don't care for, nor really want. Yeah, I think it might be the militia captain position. Oh, I know. Slot that. Well, actually, they don't become brand new citizens because they keep their memories. So no, they don't. But they get reset. Their citizenship does get reset when they come back. So it's got to be something to do with that. Oh well, I'm not gonna worry about it. I might actually end up just clearing this squad down to one dwarf and then making a different squad. Like doing this basically, and then moving everybody into a different one, because that seems to be the way to make sure that they stay functional. So let's just go new squad. Metal armor. Let's go with my old captain. Fill the rest of these out. Dwarves that were in that squad previously. And we're gonna call you the Lucky Beans. Done. And then set you to train. And set you to train in here. And then you, I will just take off duty, because it doesn't matter. Yeah, that was out... Was that out this morning or yesterday? I think it came out yesterday. Still looks interesting? I mean, for me, it's all price point. It highly depends on what the thing ends up costing. If it's, like, comparable to a B-Link, I will probably buy one. If it's way more expensive than a B-Link, I probably won't buy one. it highly depends on where the price point for that thing ends up. That's not that I don't care what Linus Tech Tips has to say about a product. It's just, it's very rare that what Linus Tech Tips has to say sells me a product, because I just kind of don't care about Linus all that much. I also, to be completely honest, don't care about the, like, Steam machine all that much, because it's not out yet, so. Gamers Next has talked about it too. Yeah, I'm not a huge, like, tech coverage guy anyway. I usually don't really care all that much. Music just stopped. It's interesting that they're partying even though I'm like almost out of booze. Oh. We had an agitated honey badger on the map. That explains why a bunch of jobs got canceled. That's also really funny. That, and I think we're gonna get a song to play. You know, actually, I'm gonna watch a dwarf who's brewing. What is the actual route that they're taking right now? Because they get the pots. Hey, chat, can I get some dancing emotes, please? I'm just gonna watch this, because it might just be like the stockpiles are in awkward places. Maybe I should put a food stockpile directly beneath the tavern instead of where it currently is. Okay, so you walk... Yeah, I just need to make it more, like, I need to put things closer together. Having to walk all the way over there to get to the tavern's a bit silly. So what I'm gonna do, I think, is I'm just going to stare down here, stare down there. Yeah, but saying it's more expensive than a console doesn't mean anything in the current year, because that like gives you the price variety of like, well, that could mean it's like $600. That could mean it's $4,000. Like, that doesn't mean anything. It's like, it's more expensive than a computer. Okay, well, what are we talking about? Are we talking about, like, a Mac Mini? Or are we talking about, like, I don't know, a $10,000 desktop? Like, what are we talking about here? That's about where you can shove it? Sure. But again, that doesn't mean anything, because prices are also always different in Canada. And price estimations for things, especially from like Tech YouTube, are almost always based on US estimates, not Canadian estimates. So price estimates are also just kind of useless for me in that regard, where it's like, well, there's a lot of, well, that could be relevant, but also could not be. So I personally, like, when it comes to the Valve hardware announcement, I'm happy to see that they're making more hardware, but personally, it's kind of irrelevant. At least that's how I feel for the moment. I think we'll just set everybody does this to gardening for a wee bit. Oh, I see why that's not working. I'm dumb. It's like, why haven't they dug through that yet? Because I built a wall around it, of course. Such a wide target anyway. Yeah. No, I mean, if the prices are comparable to a Steam Deck, I'll probably get one. That's actually maybe a better way to put it. It could be $650 or $3,500. Yeah, absolutely. The new Steam hardware, it seems they have made all the best engineering decisions when designing it. It certainly seems that way. I mean, we've got a lot before we've got time before we'll know for sure, but their hardware seems to be off to a good start, if nothing else. Yeah, no, absolutely. We'll see, Calvrox. I mean, it doesn't have a controller or a screen in it, right? The reason those all-in-one boxes are interesting to me is if it's using hardware that's unique to that device, that is interesting because it's going to be a more optimized device than something like, you know, just building your own desktop would be. So there is something to be said for purpose-built hardware, even if it's like, on paper, something you could just make yourself. But really just for the ecosystem, you're not sure otherwise, you're not much of a couch gamer. Sure. I mean, I don't couch game for work, but I do play games on the couch outside of work for personal entertainment purposes. I don't really want them using this to go to and from the tavern, though. I don't like cows. Fucking baby cows everywhere. Starving to death. So down here, I'm just going to put plants. And meat. Well, actually, fuck it. We'll just put everything except for prepared meals and drink. And I'm just going to get rid of food here. No, I'll just get rid of all seeds from down here. We'll do it that way. I'll do it that way. And then I'm also just going to reselect... Well, damn it. Grab all of this. Grab the eraser tool. And leave some space for kitchens. And click the wrong button and then delete the whole thing. What is wrong with me today? It's like I'm just kind of falling apart today, chat. Everything but seeds, prepared meals, and drink. Go here. Remove you. Remove you. Remove you. And remove you. And I'm going to put stills in. And maybe an additional kitchen. Maybe a fishery as well. No, they keep getting spooked by the animals because we're starting to get attacked by agitated wildlife. Depending on the price point. I think that's like basically what everybody's saying about the new Valve stuff is like, depends on how much it costs, I might be interested. Oi. And also, when it comes to the comment of sounds like the Apple model no name, I will say that is the good thing about Apple, is that they have purpose-built hardware, right? That's designed for those systems, which is what makes them good. If they didn't have that, there'd be no point in anything that Apple does. But the fact that they have purpose-built hardware is what makes them interesting. Okay, let's move these animals over here so that they get spooked less, run away less. I'm going to go up to here, and I'm going to break through this right here. Yeah, let's do that. With Apple's software, Eula, you wonder how anyone finds any point in what Apple does? It's the system that a lot of people are used to, which is the case for a lot of hardware stuff. If it's what people are used to, or a system that people are used to, people use it and won't use anything else because change is scary and difficult. It's the same reason it's like pulling teeth to get Windows users to jump to Linux, and you literally have to make their OS so awful that they feel that It is a threat to their personal safety to stop using it. Also, Snatchers are trying to steal my stuff, and my Marks Dwarves are turning them into pincushions. They didn't make it very far. We're about to get hit by some ads. I will pause the game when the ads hit. More Snatchers. So this is the Snatcher. It's this goblin. They come over here, and then the Marks Dwarves are all just like, oh, look! It's a Snatcher. Shoot him. They don't need to get that close. Just a little bit closer. All the dwarves run away, and then the Marks dwarves are just like pew 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 pew. Then they all run out here and chase them away. Good job, dwarves. See how their ammo's doing. Still good. With all those arrows. Maybe not Vietnam, but definitely the Great Wars of the year 180. You wish Ballista Bolts had their own entry in the combat log? Yeah, I wish that the siege engines specifically had their own entries as well. I mean, I got these guys up here, but they're just not always active. It doesn't take that long, though, no name. Like, literally, like, I just... okay. Shrug. I'm not gonna have this discussion with you, but, like, depending on what you're trying to do, there's pre-configured everything. It does not take 3 hours. I found a bolt thrower. Do not need the target snatchers. Do not. You found? Oh, they do not target snatchers. Oh, that's interesting. Totally fair, but like, I don't understand. I just yeah, I don't. I don't have anything to say when it's just like, I don't have time to configure it. It's like, all right, well, okay. Live your life, I suppose. Covered in wine and small shards of glass after sabering a bottle of wine. Are you good? Sounds like it didn't work very well. But well done, I suppose. I don't want to put a door here because I know they're just going to break it down. So what I think I might do is put this back. Are you sure it's wine? Yes, do you still have an arm? Because if you don't, then it probably wasn't wine. Cyclops, named Stabosa, has come. A giant humanoid monster with a single eye in its forehead. Well, it doesn't have anything in its inventory. It has a child named Shud. I wonder if they ever tell him to shut up. You killed the East Doom of Omen? That is one hell of a title for an elf named Stastost. Legendary elf. A lot of goblins. A lot of goblins you've killed. Yeah, sabering a bottle of wine is when you use a sword to open it. But this lady... Alright, chat, you can make the booby jokes. Is going to come eye us with her singular eye. She has no weapons, so that's good. I think my Mark Sport dwarves can probably just handle this. But I'm going to assign 2 of these for funsies. And it sucks to be this dwarf who's kind of stuck in an awkward place. Something out of pit people? Yeah, they kind of do look like something that the monolith would develop. Okay, so these two are firing pretty rapidly. Although I'm pretty sure these are mostly filled with bone bolts. But it'll definitely soften up the target a bit. Assuming they hit him. Well, got several bruises from it. Okay, soften up the target a wee bit. I'm just going to send these mark dwarves right here. Uh-oh. Seems like Dungarth here is losing his arm, which is maybe not so good for Dungarth. Let's send those squads in. Some more bolts are flying. And it got caught in a cage trap. It's a big shame that we lost Dungarth, though. I'm going to use this to train some of these dwarves. Is what I'm going to do. Unfortunate that we lost Dungarth, though. He was just in a bad place at a bad time. God damn, I really need to get rid of these stupid wooden weapons I have some dwarves using. These awful, awful, stupid wooden weapons. Okay, so I presume that you want a dwarf with a beard then, because you said bear? The dwarves have arrived to trade. Rip Dungarth? Yeah. It's a shame. Had to happen eventually, though. I actually have to make another tomb, which is wild. This is like the second or third tomb I've made in this fort. If a bottle can be sabered, it should be. So what's the occasion, Caleb? Oh, you were trying to make a tutorial for friends and it went wrong. Right, okay. I don't... So considering you're, like, covered in wine, I gather maybe you should be the one watching the tutorial. There you go. Dungarth can now get tombed. Poor dwarf. It's a damn shame, that. It's a damn shame. True. Okay. How about the mayor? Darius is impatient, has poor social awareness, and is lustful. Oh. So you're the standard political sex offender. Got it. Is prone to strong feelings of lust and has little interest in joking around. Is cheerful and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He lives a fast-paced life and he is slow to trust others and occasionally overindulges. He doesn't handle stress well and is quite polite. He isn't particularly curious about the world and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. Several red flags, yes. Your child is also named Shud. Got it. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shit weather. And doesn't really care about anything anymore. He personally values independence and dreams of mastering a skill. He likes talc and shell opal and giant platypus parchment, bucklers and quivers and boxes and cows for their haunting moos, cassowary men for their casks and the sound of the drums of ringing, and when possible, that just sounds like tinnitus, and when possible prefers to consume banded knife fish and giant one-humped camel cheese, and radish wine, and hemp flour, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. He's a member of the profane doctrine and wants to be with family and friends, but he has none, so. Sounds sad. Poor dwarf. My track record today consists of me breaking a window on the first attempt and covering myself in wine on the second attempt. Bro, dude. You're trying to saber bottles of wine. You broke a window. This is like, went to play Wii Sports, broke my TV kind of situation almost. Except, I guess, sabering a bottle of wine is more intense than playing Wii Sports. But still! That's intense, man. I think it's actually more valuable to butcher that rhino versus trying to do anything else with it. I'm also gonna butcher that eagle, finally. Let's jump up to here and bring some trading items. Let's bring some finished goods over here. Sell these. And let's bring some cut gems. Do I not have cut gems? I guess I don't. Finished goods bin down there. We'll grab you. And I'm also going to say weapons. Let's go to weapons and see what I... Yeah, we'll just do it this way. Double check you to make sure that you guys aren't still using the dumb weapons that you're not supposed to. You are! Motherfucker. Actually, no. I can leave you on that. But what I am going to do is I'm going to say individual choice melee weapon. Well, we'll just say spears. Confirm. Go get a friggin' spear, you goof.
Crypt beer.
Also, Hex, thank you very much for the Prime sub, and Whitcoat, thanks for the 52nd month. Appreciate you. It's a lot of months, man. Jack, can I get some beers for Hex and Whitcoat? Appreciate you, too. Thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded. You got a snow brute with a gem in a gem spire, and it killed 2 miners, and it's going to have to maybe set up a bolt thrower down there so you can permanently man it. I really want to see like how effective the new bolt throwers are against the underworld. That's actually something I'm really curious to see. Let's just use the red upper wall. You right here. Just waiting for the broker to come by. I appreciate that, Casual Elephant. Suppose someone made beer out of meat, would you try it? I had a beer that used shellfish recently. Like oysters, specifically. I don't know, I've had some weird beer. Would I try it? Sure. Do I think it would be any good? Probably not. Amulets, we are getting a bonus to the value of when we are selling these, so let's grab this. They brought a bunch of lignite, just like I requested, and a bunch of wood, as I requested. I will buy all of these except for the ones that have materials in them that I don't need. Such as venom. Or venom. There's two separate things with venom in them. Buy that silver warhammer. Buy the short swords, because why not? It's less weapons for me to make. Buy the 2 books, because more book variety is good. And I will buy these splints and the crutches, because I'm lazy. I don't want to make them. We'll buy the fruit. And I will buy all of these, and all of these. Maybe not all of these, actually, because now I'm running out of money. Let's go down. Get rid of the books. Trade all that. I think I'm going to bring some ammo, additionally. Specifically, let's sell some of these bolts. Just the bone bolts. How's my cold doing? I have no symptoms left, except my nose is runny. And it makes me cough sometimes. Mildly annoying, I guess, would actually be the answer. Let's also check how many allowed drinks I have in here. Too many of them. That beer that I had was a Gosa. It was like a sour beer, because like Gosas have very high salt content, and the oysters were to provide a source of salt. It was interesting. I wouldn't drink it in large portions. It's like the sort of beer where like a wine glass half full is about as much as I would ever want of that beer, because I think if it got warm, I think it would make me throw up. But in small portions, like a 10-ounce glass or so, I think that beer's really tasty, actually. It's not the sort of thing I would go out of my way to get all the time, but it's definitely an interesting change of pace for the old taste buds, you know? Okay, well, that gives me a pretty good idea of the value that I can sell to them. And I'm going to go down to here, and we're going to make some lignite into coal. Let's make pig iron bars, make 40 of them. Because I literally... no, actually, I can't make them. Because I've run out of limestone, I think. I presume. Yep, I have in fact run out of limestone. Well, time to embiggen this. I was wondering why that wasn't working. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to really quickly check how many more bedrooms I need. It's actually kind of a lot. I'm going to finish making this. And then I'm going to quickly throw together basically like a firing range for to use for training for the bolt throwers. So I'm going to need to make some bids for that. I have plenty of chains. I need parts, so let's make some bolt thrower parts. Bolt thrower parts. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go back up to here, and I'm going to get rid of all these pieces that I screwed up making because I wasn't really thinking about what I was doing. And then go to the other side. Like this and that, and I'm going to put some ballistas in, or maybe not ballistas, let's put some catapults in here. And I'm going to start farming up here. So I'm just going to go farm. Maybe not right there. So I can get a better shaped one, like right about there. And decide what I'm going to farm. Is Is there a way to seal it where goblin invaders can't get in? Not permanently? You'd have to isolate that system, but like they could break in. You could use fortifications with windmills, but you can't put them super close to it. I think probably your best bet would be to elevate it on a platform, right? But even like I don't think there is a way to seal them, technically, because they can break in. But Darius meets with the liaison from the Mountain Homes, and they have brought us information from lands far away. And I'm gonna keep asking for lignite. Because I don't have any, and it's useful. Which always takes me way too long to find it in this list. There it is. What else should I ask for? Because I can ask for more stuff now. Let's just ask for steel bars, why not? And they want thread. Well, that's good. That's easy. Hey, chat, if somebody remembers when the dwarves arrive to trade next year, remind me to sell them thread. Catapult, which I will place right here. And a catapult, which I shall place right here. And the mayor's been reelected, and the music is changing. Oh, we've been made a county. Well, that's fun. We are now a slightly more important fortress than we were before. Yes. Coding with Caleb. It's cheaper and has a shorter cooldown, but there's less restrictions. But there's still like the within reason restriction. Also, we were talking about sabering wine earlier, and I can't believe that nobody made the joke that the wine's supposed to go in you, not on you. But I digress. Thank you very much for the good day wishes, Pelaris. These dwarves are all building this out. Finally, we're catching up on the drink, which is just plain old nice to see. That was good gambling. Good for you, I suppose. The question is, what kind of thing do I want to grow above ground? Could do flat. Actually, let's do strawberry. So I will... not cook strawberry seeds, but I will start cooking hard wheat. Actually, let's do strawberry and rope reed, because that would be useful to have. But we can cook a lot of these. We're gonna cook flax. We don't want to cook pigtail. Do want to cook those and those. Do want to cook these. Yeah, I'll keep the rope reed seeds and the strawberry seeds. Let's jump up to here and just go strawberries year-round. Although I have to scroll kind of far to find them. Strawberries. There they are. How would one get in touch with you? Now your Discord is gone. My Discord is gone? Excuse me? Why is my Discord gone? Is the actual question here. My Discord's still here. I mean... This is my Discord right here. Excuse me? What do you mean it's gone? How am I making dinosaur noises? I've never tried. I think my command is misleading. I mean, it's an asterisk, but it's certainly not gone. Still very much there. Kind of made, like, gave me a minute of a heart attack. Is it distracting them? I guess. I mean, I could delete it, but... Let's get these up and running today. Or loaded, I suppose. So I think... this is going to end up being the more proper entrance. And I've got some ideas. Whoopsies. Let's just cut all these down. And I think, like, do this. Put walls on either side of this. And then put a road here. Lock this door when a siege arrives, and then this will be the way they come in, is through here. And then this tower up here will just rain fire down on it. And this over here will shoot that way. And we can position our marks dwarves here. Ubisoft halted stock trades for tomorrow? Huh. You know, it wouldn't actually surprise me if they got bought by the Saudis, purely because they've already accepted a lot of investment from the Saudis. So that actually wouldn't surprise me at all. Squared to bankrupt? Yeah. The question is, like, why would anybody buy Ubisoft? They're kind of not a great spot. Aside from maybe to liquidate it. Is it safe to live on the surface? If you're living on the surface, I would, and you're a new player for this game, Phoenix, in YouTube chat, I would avoid Untamed Wilds biomes, or Joyous Wilds biomes, or anything that is evil. So, haunted, or terrifying, or sinister. As long as it's not one of those, yeah, you can probably stay above ground and you'll be fine, mostly. I think it's easier to exist underground purely because there's less that you need to worry about. And you're more isolated that way. But that's about it. How fun is Joyous Wilds? I mean, it's Untamed Wilds, but for a good biome, right? So, depends on the animals that are in the region. Another Helix has been founded, a day's travel to the east, and incorporated into your holdings. I wonder, actually, do either of these have workers available? Nope, nope, nope. This is so weird. Because this is technically my site. Oh, shit. They took over the Tick of Clouding, which was one of my forts. Oh, boy. Let's see what this strange mood is doing. Gems shining. You need cut gems. You've claimed steel bars, and you are a armorer. Ooh. That is exciting. That is very exciting. Wormy tendrils are just gross. Same with the eyeballs. They're just supposed to be creepy. A short wall is a minimum defense. Yeah, like, you definitely... I think something on the surface, probably the biggest threat would be were-creatures, which is just... It depends on how violent that world happens to be. Like, quite literally. Can you still request workers from the Hillocks? None of them have had workers available, but you can request workers if they're available. But that's the point is they haven't been available. Well, hopefully that makes a cool artifact. Here's hoping. And yes, I know I could make a road here, but I'm making rock salt because I like the way non-roads look more. And I'm going to see if I can make some more bolt throwers. I don't actually know if I have empty bins. Need an empty bin, need bolt thrower, need bolt thrower parts, need empty bins. Okay. Oh, pfft. Of course I queued up adamantine bolt thrower parts. Tisk. And then wooden bin. Except let's see if I can make them all out of one type of wood. Nah, it's fine. I'm also going to go down into the underground while we're still in this ad break, and I'm going to go hack down some of these for additional wood. The weird part about this fort is I haven't had a single forgotten beast yet. 8 giant flies? That should be fine, right? Oh, probably. I mean, the giant flies could be annoying, but they're pretty delicate, so they'll die easily if they do attack you. I mean, so like Joyous Wilds is literally just Untamed Wilds, but you also can get good biome things. That's literally all Joyous Wilds is. So if you've played Untamed Wilds and been fine, like, you'll be fine. Green, glass, blocks, sand. Let's do 30. 30. And the ads are done. So I queued up bolt thrower parts. We queued up more green glass, and should be good. And also stuff for bolt throwers. Ozanthium, are there any chickens who are pets? I don't make them available as pets, usually. There's a rooster, if you want a rooster. Can you name him Winston? Sure. Winston, as opposed to Lewiston. He has an overbearing personality and is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and he is very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum. He is very trusting and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He thinks he is fairly important to the grand scheme of things, and he doesn't handle stress well. He can sometimes act without deliberation and likes to brawl. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and he tends to avoid crowds. He does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Sounds like a chicken. Oh, Winston is your real-life rooster. Gotcha. Rams are wagons. YouTube chat, correct. And sheep are boats. I mean, what? Okay, so that's all done. That's all done, and this is all done. Thought sheep were dogs. Okay, so let's just do rock salt blocks across here and here, and here and here. They may also just completely ignore this and go around it, which is kind of what I'm expecting them to do, actually. Although, no, don't want that there. And I'm going to dig a little square back here and put some fortifications right here and put a dog behind that. Well, no, then the dog will just die. I was thinking about maybe setting up a guard dog spot, but if I go up to here and I pen pasture, and I pen pasture a dog up there, that dog will spot it. Also, fun fact, if you hunting train a dog, it gets 30 more tiles of line of sight than non-hunting trained dogs. Because training and hunting increases their observation skill. So it literally increases their line of sight. Finds artwork boring, dreams of mastering a skill. Also need to check how much steel I'm sitting on at the moment. I've got an interesting color dress on. Ooh. Aw, man, it's blocky. The armorer has created Lycotsirol. That is the last thing I wanted you to make, was a singular boot. I was hoping for a breastplate. God damn it. Or a helmet or something. And offers it to the music of beans. Maybe this dwarf is trying to tell me that my squads aren't wearing shoes, which is true. They are wearing, not armor shoes, but... And although, the truly unfortunate thing about this is that this dwarf, didn't get any skill out of that because it was, possession. Oh well, our crossword ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with microcline cabochons and studded with steel and encircled with bands of table-cut gold opals. This object is adorned with hanging rings of dog leather, and on the item is an image of Abad, Mountain Board, the dwarf in Willow. Also, Mountain Board is a very good name for a dwarf, holy shit. I'm going to put that on a pedestal and then put a dog in here on a chain, which will keep it from getting stolen, or make it harder to steal at the very least. Hold up, I gotta clean my nose. Mark's dwarves are extremely overpowered and incredibly good. They fixed them properly last spring and then changed all of the behaviors that they have to make them not tedious for normal people. I never really had a problem with them, but to make them less tedious, about, I don't know, 3 months ago now? Sometime in the summer? YouTube chat? So, yes, they are extremely strong, and do not underestimate them. They are extremely strong. Once again, they are extremely strong. And people going around saying that Mark's dwarves are bad just don't know what they're doing. Also, no, those are not Minecraft boots. Those are that boot is definitely just a Cube World boot. Because, you know, Cube World. Cube World could have been. It could have been, but it wasn't. I think what I'm eventually going to do with this is I'm going to make this inner sanctum. Or actually, I could just do this. I don't even need to make it that. I could just do this. This inner area is going to be reinforced walls. Reinforce it with iron. It's gonna take a little bit, but we're gonna do it this way. Didn't Hightail get canceled? Or am I going crazy? Like, I'd swear that Hightail got canceled. I'm not even just trying to be a bummer here. Like, I'm pretty sure that got canceled, didn't it? Which is probably you just memeing, right? I hope that's you memeing, otherwise, I'm sorry. To be the bearer of bad news. Is in talks with Riot to buy it. Imagine, like, making something and then selling it to another person, and then them doing such a bad job with it that they decided not to make it. That would... Man. I'm happy I haven't lived that life, because that seems really... Exhausting is the word I want to say, but that's not the word I'm actually looking for. Wait, hold up. Cube World is still in development because the developer sold enough copies of it that he could just keep or that I don't know if it's a person or a team anymore, but it's like, if you sell enough copies of something, why not just keep working on it? I think the problem with Cube World wasn't Cube World. I think the problem with Cube World was it was never really a very good game or had much idea behind it. It was just a thing that somebody released and then people got way too excited for. Like, people hyped themselves into oblivion for that fucking thing. I have tons of bags for sand, yeah. Or at least I did. But maybe not. No, we got sandbags. Like, they are making them. I also have tons of empty bags. I think the dwarves are just too busy. I'm expecting things to be done when I haven't given them the chance to do it, because we're doing a shit ton of construction right now. You were on that train? Game didn't live up to it? Yeah. The weirdest thing was when that game actually released. Because it took so long, but when it finally did, it's kind of like, wow, they actually released that thing. How many puppies do I actually have? I'm gonna just put all the puppies right here, so they stop running around and causing issues. Let's also go to the bottom of this and pasture all these. Yeah, that was changed in version 50. Dreckler? Dreckeller? However you say your name. It certainly caught me off guard when Tarn announced that, but I want to say that was actually announced in a devlog at some point before this version released. But I love how okay, I screwed this up. I thought I was making these all out of microcline. Apparently I managed to make these out of random materials. Whoops. Let's fix that. Reinforced wall. Microcline and steel. Feel kind of dumb. Just goes to random or the closest. It's got to just be like the... It's got to just be the use last material tool going haywire. It's got to be all it is. Okay, let's go ramps here. And ramp, oh, actually, let's do ramps here and here. And then just do walls there. And walls there. And then just make this into a dirt road for the moment. Just don't want things growing here that cause me issues. Oh, that's technically a puddle, so I can't build a road there. That's funny. I'll just let them work on it for right now. Thinking about getting back into Factorio and you haven't explored the planet and space stuff yet? Yeah, I mean, that seems like a really good time to get into Factorio. A lot of people that I knew that were very out of that game for a while got back into it. Seemed quite happy with its current status, so it's always a good sign. Let's make some cheese, because I've got a bunch of cheese or a bunch of milk lying around. It's also good to see that my drinks have finally caught up to the amount that I need. If it sounds like I keep losing my train of thought, I swear I'm not. It's literally just my nose. Making it difficult to speak. Okay, let's go over here and throw a bed into this corner. And then let's do like this, basically. And this can be... Wait, what? Oh, your account. Right. And my count. Your old bedroom is right here, which can go to literally anybody else. Okay, let's make green glass cabinet. I'll get to that in a sec.
Cheered. X400. Thank you for the helpful and to the point DF vids on YouTube. They have helped me a lot and I've been enjoying your stream the last few days. Keep it up. Bonus DF question. I had many dwarves stuck on a tile door.
Yeah, bunch of dwarves getting stuck on a tile together in a door. I tried many fixes, but nothing worked. Were they in combat? Wednesday. Thank you very much for the $4. Appreciate you. Let's just set this as one shop, and one shop. And collecting sand should solve this. Let's just do... Oopsies. 30. 30. Just bump this up to 80. Six of 85 for charcoal. How are we doing on charcoal at the moment? Making charcoal. Making a bunch of steel. I'm going here for bars. Checking my soldiers. What are you guys wearing at the moment? What are they wielding at the moment? I think I'm going to make more helms. Steel helms. Let's make 15 of them. And steel breastplates. Gonna make 15. Was the door to your hospital? Were they lying down? It sounds like they all had injuries. If they were all lying down, they probably just had injuries. Would actually be my assumption. Because injured dwarves lie down. So I would bet that they had injuries. This kind of looks like a chainsaw. I'm not at war with the elves yet, but It's kind of funny, actually. That wasn't intentional. Like, at all. Chainsaw Fort? Yeah. The Dwarven Forest Massacre. You were going to say cutlass? Yeah, I guess. I always think of a cutlass having like a slight curve to it, because I think of like cartoon cutlasses. Huh. I think that these... Oh, hold on. Let me try something. Why did I name a goblin... I never named a goblin stolen crap. Why is that goblin's name stolen crap? But that wasn't in this world, though. That's bizarre. That was in the previous world. A trench knife? Sure. I mean, it certainly looks like a knife with a handle, but my brain went to chainsaw first. But it could be either, really. Oh, a honey badger just got into here, which is maybe not great. Got to finish sealing this off up here so those honey badgers don't get in the front door. Instead, will just get in the side door. The name is Stolen Scrap? Yeah, sure, but it reads as Stolen Crap. It reads as Stolen Crap, okay? Another Helix has been found in nearly a day's travel to the east. And, Zulban has been appointed to the position of Sheriff of the Ore of Dominating. Zulban has been appointed to the position of Militia Commander of the Ore of Dominating. Zulban has been elected to the position of Mayor of the Ore of Dominating. Well, something just happened. Who's Zulban? Are you in my fort? I don't think that's my Zulban. I think that's an unrelated Zulban. Yep. Not somebody I know. It is kind of concerning, though. I will say that. Let's just go to here and wait until I can make some cabinets and chests. Question is, where the heck are you going with these? Okay, that's it. I'm just gonna let them go this way. I'm gonna be reasonable finally with this tavern. Because a lot of the bottlenecks are because I have to go from here to there to do anything related to this. So I either need to put a door here and just let them go this way, or I need to like repurpose this room, which I could do and just move all the kitchens down here, but I should also just remove all food from here. Let's just move it all down here. I'm just gonna do that. And then maybe move 2 kitchens, a still, and a farmer's shop down here. So let's just grab this stockpile and just go kitchen, kitchen, still, farmer shop. Farmer. And a kitchen. Kitchen. And a still. Have you tried to get, oh god. I'm regretting reading that sentence, man. I started reading that and I'm just like, nope. Nope, that's upsetting. And the doctor, Feminoir. Yeah, I need to remove barrels from this stockpile, because currently they're just emptying all the barrels. Which I don't actually want them to do. Bins can be like 3. I don't need many bins in that stockpile, but I do need a few. This is going to get repopulated momentarily. So I need to get rid of these dimple cups. Where'd my dyer's shop go? It's over here, I think. Yep. Make dye. All right, yeah, I need to grind them, don't I? Can't just make those at the dyer's shop. You need to be powered. I need a quern. But yeah, I think I do also need more barrels. Which is to be expected, I guess. A wooden barrel. Let's make 40. Let's jump up to here and place some more bolt throwers. Let's go up to here, place some more bolt throwers. And some bolt throwers. Maybe one over here as well. No. No mechanisms. Let's just make mechanisms whenever I run out of mechanisms. To make them out of... Ooh, I don't actually have anything that's... Lava safe. All right, well, let's just do rock salt then. And I'm just going to queue those up whenever we run out. I'm really starting to wonder when I'm going to get attacked. Like, I think I'm just going to go attack the goblins. Because they should have attacked me by this point. And it's weird that they haven't. So I'm just going to go attack the goblins. Nothing crazy. We're going to go to Devil Haze, and I'm just going to raid them. And I'm going to send the beans of future lunch. Because they should have attacked me at this point. It's like, this has been one of the strangest peaceful, not peaceful forts I've had in a very ever, maybe. In a very ever. In a very ever, maybe. Like, I don't actually know what's going on with this. Like, it really feels like they should have invaded me at this point, and they just haven't. Which means I'm probably just not being aggro enough and being too passive, but it doesn't feel right, you know? Like, I kind of thought they'd start invading me when my population hit, like, 80. I was like, okay, cool, we're gonna start getting invasions now. And it's like, I just haven't seen them. I've just been, like, quietly, like, trying to keep the moods up, keep the dwarves happy, like, satisfy needs, build bedrooms, and all that stuff. I've just been working away and, like, also upgrading my defenses for when it inevitably happens, and just putzing along, and then just kind of thinking about it. I'm like, man, they really haven't hit me yet. Like, what's going on? Come fight me, goblins. You cowards. They must just be so scared of this incredibly terrifying fortress. They're just surrendering to me and just, like, not attacking me. Although, what's even stranger is I do actually have sieges set to hard, so we have gotten several thieves attempting to steal my stuff, or my kids. So there is that. That's, like, kind of halfway there, but... Part of the reason I've been, like, kind of cautious is because I don't want to get attacked while my siegers aren't on the map. Or while my soldiers aren't on the map, not my siegers. Future lunch money? Yes. These dwarves are really a bunch of bean counters, let me tell you. Also, I do have to say thank you very much to the, 240 of you watching on the Twitch side of things and the 160 of you on the YouTube side of things, even though there's literally been no sieges, which is bizarre. But thank you for tuning in. They bluffed so hard that that no one will even fight you. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know. We've apparently bluffed our way into world peace. Is that what we're doing, Zarathul? Okay, let's see how this raid went. They slipped in undetected. Fuckers! God damn it! Okay, fine. I will pillage them then. Actually, maybe I won't send that squad, because that squad is like literally all newbies with no skill. We'll send the future beans again. Pillage. Future beans. Do we have the sacrificial beans yet? No. These beans do not need to be sacrificed. It's fine. But if you mean the name, I do not have a squad named the sacrificial beans. No, I got the certain beans, the lucky beans, the future beans, and the beans of bolting. Without being discovered, like they just like one tap the settlement, just kill everybody. It's like, what is happening? Why am I so strong? I mean, if that happened, I would actively start to presume it was a bug. That like something was broken. The jumping beans. Do I have to make another squad and name it the jumping beans? The beans... Maybe this can be another Marksdwarf squad. Of... jumping. Actually, could I do a... hyphen compound? No, I can't. So they're the beans of jumping. Is your fort a Nyan rabbit? Jesus, it kind of does look like a Nyan cat. I mean, it's a chainsaw if you look at it this way. I guess it depends on how you look at it. I'm also gonna go here and tie up a... Ooh, why don't we tie up a rooster? Just for funds. And you can be for that boot. Right there. And Yan Chainsaw Rabbit. Yes. It's like a cross bucket thing. Oh, true. Yeah, whatever those are called. The hillixes of Fountain Enters has been founded. Half day's travel to the east and incorporated into your holdings. My land grows. I don't think it's going so well this time because one of the dwarves is dead. I never did assign this as a dining room and now I feel really dumb. There you go, that's now for the count. This is their bedroom. which they have assigned, but they're not satisfied with. And then I'm going to make their bedroom double as a tomb, which will be very, very good to help them sleep at night. Yes. And then that'll be yours. What do you still want? You want 2 weapon racks, 2 armor stands, chests, and cabinets. Cabinet. 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 Chest. Chest. And chest. And let's do military. Weapon rack, weapon rack, weapon rack. And armor stand, armor stand, armor stand. Then I will go into here and put borax in the walls. You there, you there. And that'll help quite a bit, probably. I mean, I was about to say congratulations reading that sentence, Tubby Lord, and then finished reading it and was like, oh, it's just a video game. I just made $80,000 worth of gold goblets, and damn, these traders bought only $2,000 worth of goods. You're lucky that you have gold on your map, mate. The current civ has a god of wealth, trade, and suicide. That's pretty bleak. I mean, the most popular god here is the god of torture, generosity, charity, and something else. And the religion is called the Communion of Hate. Like, it's kind of grim. Sacrifice, that was it, yes. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat, for having a better memory than me. Okay, that squad's back. Let's see how my pillage attempt went. Jarkov Luck led the attack, and the defenders were led by a goblin named Box. Box's tactical planning was superior, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. Well, okay, you gotta start somewhere. The future beans, led by the dwarf Jakovek, clashed with 5 goblins in Devil Haze and slayed none of them. Erel was struck down by a goblin, and Dakost was struck down by a goblin. Rip Iron Wet. The good news is they know we're here now, so maybe they'll invade us. This can be the top 2. And this down here can be the rest of them. The generous charitable torturers, yes. And you seem to be happy about your new bedroom. Now I just need to satisfy their tomb by making it into a grand mausoleum. Don't have any offering places. Well, okay, where's the actual wall? What I could do... bring out those walls. Throw a nicer door into it. I mean, what's the value of this? Wow, it's not even that valuable. And then throw some of these in. Time to have your dwarves practice what they preach. Currently, they've just been torturing me by not invading me. Congratulations on used to being rich, Whitcoat. At this point, like, these dwarves must just worship a god of chastity. That or the goblins are the god of that. Like, they're just sitting here edging this fort. Like, we're gonna invade you. Are you, though? It's a human fort of the stable gods. That's a good group name. Just gonna send some dwarves right there to go steal some books. Send some dwarves here to go steal some books. Dwarves do not accept the concept of torturing creatures. Torture is like basically a capital punishment offense. Like you just get murdered if you torture anything in dwarf land. Hold up. Oh, that's probably why. They haven't moved that rooster. If you type in !ethics, it'll give you a link to the dwarves' ethics page on the wiki, or the default faction ethics, and you'll see that it is torture is punishable by death. I think that, or it's like a extreme punishment. It's like basically a capital offense. It's not something you really want to mess around with in dwarven culture, which is really funny because like the only capital offense that goblins have is lying. And I talk about this like every time I talk about ethics in Dwarfort, because I think it's hysterical. Is it's legal to murder people in dwarven cultures, or in goblin cultures, murder's legal. But lying is like punishable by death. So if you go into a goblin place and introduce yourself, they don't care. Unless like they hate you or whatever, and introduce yourself, they don't care. They'll be neutral to you. If you kill them, they will be neutral to you. But if you introduce yourself loudly and then assume an identity and then introduce yourself again as somebody else, they'll all attack you, which is so fucking funny to me. Like, you want to start actual chaos in a goblin like place and make everybody chase you, even the civilians, just lie about who you are. It's so funny. That counts as treason. No, absolutely. As a god domain? I don't know, because they're edgy? Like, I don't think war's cool, but I'll go see Sabaton. You know? I don't know. I'm not religious, but I went to death metal church. I went to a death metal church run by werewolves. I saw Powerwolf this year, so... You'd love to see Powerwolf? I was kind of mixed on it because we were supposed to also see Dragon Force, and Dragon Force no-showed. Which kind of sucks, actually. Because their bus broke down, which is fair, but like, you know, we paid full price to see 2 bands and saw 1 band. So instead of getting like 4 hours of music, we got like an hour and 40 minutes of music, which was like kind of meh. Oh, that's cool, Ghosty. Something's broken and something's going to be broken and it's going to be Goblin Skulls, yes. Just looking around for bedrooms with clothes in it. And chucking these cabinets in them. Still have plenty of wood. I mean, soon my relations with the elves are also going to be broken, but... Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do one of those, I'm gonna pause just about every job. And just let dwarves put shit away, because I've got a lot of tasks right now that need to be put away, except for construct buildings. But I'm going to pause a lot of tasks because I've got a lot of random crap everywhere right now. And I think that the most valuable thing that I can do for these dwarves is just let them put everything away. It's like midwinter cleanup time. Nope. Got nothing back, which is why I feel kind of meh about it. It was about 80 bucks, so it wasn't actually that much money in concert standards, but it wasn't nothing, coding with Caleb. Also, Dragon Force was the band I wanted to see more. What time is it? It's 1:15. I'm gonna go use the washroom. I will be right back. You guys can follow this dwarf around. You know, thinking about it. Oh, you want me to save the game? Sure, I can do that. I'll bet you this world has some really weird history. Because of the fact that just about everybody was at peace when I founded it. Like, when this fort started, just about everybody was peaceful. It really makes me wonder what the hell happened. Because, like, you don't often see that. Like, some weird shit must have gone down. They all worship the same god? I mean, that's actually possible. Goblins do sometimes worship the same gods as dwarves do. Let's get some more gear equipped on these dwarves. So a lot of them are going to go equip better gear. Until everything was good until the Bean Nation attacked. I mean, hey. At least they're not playing music, you know? Also gonna go to you. Get rid of this. And go to here. Nope. Take from this. All of this stuff should get moved down to here. Although this one doesn't have prepared meals or drinks, so I should also put those in here. Thanks, Dan. And David, hello. There is no war in Trumpetbeans. I'm not for a lack of trying either. That's the crazy part. Like, truly, that is the craziest part. It's like, it's not like I haven't been trying. Just some peaceful visitors. That's about it. To dig for magma and candy? I mean, hopefully we're going to start getting invaded soon, but... Yeah, I guess I could go down to the Magma Sea and see where that is. I've gone pretty far already. Let's just see how far down we can go. Make sure everyone's happy or else. I mean, most of the non-dwarf factions I've traded with are mostly run by goblins. Like, the humans are goblins. The elves seem to have a lot of goblins in their ranks. Found the deepest cavern? Ooh. Well, that I need to dig around. It's a very wet cavern. Holy shit. Let's just go up to where we struck it, which is right here. And get rid of this. That sounds like a good reason to go to war. I'm trying to go to war with one faction at a time. But it turns out I'm actually just at war with everybody now, so. Oi. These dwarves are being silly and have wooden weapons again. Let's go back to making pig iron and steel. But that's, I think, the only task I'll keep running right there. Yeah, I think I need to expand the forge room a little bit. Do something beneath it, maybe. Still short on bedrooms, too. Not that short, though. It's only these dwarves that don't have bedrooms. It's not all that bad. What are those eyes in the water? In the water? In down here? Oh, these? These are tunnel tube trunks. They're tree trunks. They're like, what's the word? They're like mushroom trees. Yes, that's the words I was looking for. They're mushroom trees. So it seems that the underground area is at layer 75, or lava is at layer 75. 76, I guess? Layer 76. Okay, let's go down here and do that. You have no enemies on the map to try out currently? I'm sure there's something. Wait, what? Oh, I see. Discovered an unusual volcanic wall studded with gems. Nice. So where is it? Oh, well, that's convenient. It's literally like right here. Actually, I'm curious. You know what I could use this time as like I could use the peacetime, if you will, as an opportunity to set up a minecart route to bring lava to the surface. That could be fun. And that would be different, because I haven't done that in a while. Although, then I'd have to go through two aquifers. Because this is an aquifer. Although, admittedly, it's only... Yeah, it's actually kind of a few latency levels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't know if I want to do that. Lava's always fun from a distance. Sure. Aerith, the gem cutter, has been taken by a Fey mood, which will be exciting. Why don't I do this? Actually, the ground level is what? -1? Fort's at -7. This area right here. Oops. This big open space is minus 20. So from 20 to this layer, I need 57 pumps. That wouldn't take too long. Yeah, I should hotkey this. I'd only just jump down there and the mood jumped me back up. Trying to decide if I want to pump lava to that level or not. I'm thinking I do. Because that wouldn't also, it also wouldn't take that much power, and I do have a lot of aquifers, so I could very easily make power. And then I could use minecarts to bring it up the rest of the way, which would be fun to do. Bit time consuming, but fun to do. Pump stacks are so tedious? No, they're not. Well, I mean, I guess they can be. I don't find them too bad. I mean, the way to do it actually would be right here. Yeah, that's super straightforward, actually. There we go. Yeah, that'll be easy enough. Use DF hack for 2 levels of pump stack. I mean, for me, it's more the, it's not the building of it that's annoying. It's the time-consuming, well, it's the item-consuming nature of making the materials for it. That's the part that I don't like. Green glass corkscrew and green glass tube. I'm actually just going to set up some more glass manufacturing. And I'm actually going to move it down into here. Into the Under Fortress. The Unterfort. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. I'll build underneath this, and I could also move some more of the smelting down there if I want to. There's no speed difference of the material of wheelbarrows. How goes the warring? They haven't attacked me. I've tried. I mean, they have sent thieves, but that's about it. Build so high that you can mine the stars. It's always a fun thought, isn't it? Under Fortress? I named a fort Under Bunker once. I think it was Under Bunker. Although my favorite randomly generated fortress name I've ever seen was one that the Great Padinsky did. Holy shit, that's a big artifact. 3 sardonyxes, sheeple cloth, steel bars, a boulder, 2 bricks, bones, and tower cap logs. It's like, I'll take one of everything. But my favorite fortress, my favorite generated fortress name ever was one that Padinsky got, which was Basement Gang. Which is incredible, by the way. Just Basement Gang. Like, who doesn't want to join the Basement Gang? Come one, come all to the Basement Gang. Gang's all here. I mean, it's great. Yeah. It was just so funny. I was like, holy shit, you named a fortress Basement Gang. That's the best name I've ever seen. Aerith, the gem cutter, has created Kethalakeg Astalimus, a sardonyx chain, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Notch Vessel, Mebzuth. That is dope. What does that look like? That is like something a rapper would wear. I guess it's currently getting moved, so yes. Oh, it's just red. That's cool. You know, I could... Oh, I've got an idea. This is not what I was going to do with that Cyclops, but I've got an idea. What if I put it here, put windows or gem windows or walls around this, probably just walls, and then lock the Cyclops in here? Wouldn't that be awesome? Like, what rests below the great Baron of Demon Lords? Would that make a bolt thrower indestructible? Probably, but I don't care. I don't really get lag from pumps. Yeah, boy, in YouTube chat? But I mean, how big of a gem was it? Time to put a rooster to guard other artifacts? No, I was gonna chain up the Cyclops down here. Which when you first opened the wine, your place is gonna smell like a frat house for a while. It's possible, yeah. Usually I find like the lag caused by pump stacks is temperature. So if like the only time I get slowdowns on pump stacks, yeah boy, in YouTube chat, is if I pump lava to the surface and the surface is very cold. So like if it's snowing or something. That causes some lag, but it's usually pretty minimal. Certainly in older versions of the game, my computer would slow to a crawl. I'm going to wait until this artifact gets constructed here, and then I will read the description, because I'm curious. And also, I kind of want to get rid of these boulders, or at least hide them. So I'm going to increase this. And I'm going to remove the wheelbarrows so that they just haul boulders. Let's get all of that stuff moved. Food's actually properly getting organized, which is good. And I can put my glass down in here. Can deconstruct this and that. And I must just be out of charcoal. How come you're set to 1 of 60 of 85? Let's just... Excuse me? Let's unforbid that. Make that, please. I did pause the creation of it, but I was going to select it to unpause it, but I was very perplexed as to the fact that there was no charcoal there. Maybe I set it to only happen at one location. Did I? Nope, can't use any shop. Like, I was expecting to see a job of making charcoal there, not no job, which is what confused me there. I need to look at the description of the artifact chain. I was just building it first, so I don't forget. It's a sardonyx chain. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round, brilliant cut sardonyxes and rectangular rock salt cabochons. It is decorated with sheep wool and tower cap and encircled with bands of rat oval sardonyx cabochons, and menaces with spikes of sardonyx, and rock salt, and blue peafowl bone. On the item is an image of a round, brilliant cut gems and steel. That's quite the thing. Speaking of, I'm going to unforbid all the tasks now. Well, maybe not quite all of them. Let's actually leave a lot of the brew drinks jobs paused until we run out of some of our booze. These we can get rid of. These we can get going again. Hold up. All right. I can breathe again.
Wednesday words cheered. X100.
Thanks for being the only person to throw money at the stream in the last hour. Appreciate you, Wednesday. Thanks for the $1. Speaking of... Oh, we're about $30 away from the daily minimum currently here on Twitch. That's nifty. I guess including the YouTube Super Chat, we're like $25 away. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put that Cyclops' cage, like right here. If I can find it. And I'm going to chain up that Cyclops there, if I can. If it lets me. Wilmer, thanks for the $1. Eh? Rusty's been missing for a week? The fuck did I do to Rusty? Oh, also, this is going to go straight through this, and I didn't really think about that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could do this pretty easily by doing it this way. And, thanks for the five bits, I guess. And Wilmer, thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. So what the fuck happened to Rusty? Well, actually, I don't want to do it that way. Let's just do it this way. And this, you can be floored over. Oh, you thought you saw Rusty's cavern and Rusty's body in the cavern. Oh, interesting. Because he was in the military. So maybe he drowned? Huh. Weird. Let's just go up to the water levels. Or to one of the caverns with water. Oh, I have a theory. Nope. Hold up. Let's just go to corpses. See if he showed up in the corpses. Thanks for the $15, Caleb.
Coding with Caleb cheered. X1500. There we fucking go. Let's change that bits situation. You are underappreciated.
I don't know about that. I do make a living playing video games on the internet, so I would say that I'm quite appreciated. But I do feel appreciated at the very least. Oh yeah, no, it's right here. Oh, I know what happened. I know what happened, probably. You got spooked, probably got spooked by something into the water. Well, on the bright side, Rusty did decide to drown somewhere where I'm not going to have to worry about... Hold up. Why is there, like, a force field holding the water away right there? There's, like, no water filling in that spot? I What? There should be water there. Do you ever just wish you could kiss one of your dwarves? I'm not super into that kind of thing, so no, not really. Maybe give a dwarf a hug, but I don't know about kiss. Finally! Hey, chat, at the Bits did it. They were like, oh, Bits, it's time to attack. Excellent. They would also reek of alcohol. It is time, finally. Also, that is one hell of a last name for a goblin. Huh. Silver She, thank you very much for the Prime for our 41st month. A vile force of darkness has arrived. The army is commanded by the goblin Negutsu Killed Woman. A competent commander. Hold on. And also there's an ambush? Wait a second. What? Oh. Wait. Hold on a second. Who's ambushing me? Is it... Well, I know... I can see that they're killing these impalas. Are they ambushing each other? Huh. Well, anyway, it's time to put the dwarves in the party zone. Except permit... this... and this... in the party zone. I need to set all of these to fire at will. I need to set you to fire at will. I need to set you to fire at will. I need to set you to fire and hope that there's a goblin named Will. Set you to fire at will. And set you to also fire at will. And I'm going to tell my squads to wait... right here, with the exception of... Actually, maybe not right there. We tell them to wait right here, with the exception of my Mark's dwarves. These guys. We can all go right here. All right. Let's also lock this door. Let's hope this is in the party room, which it is. I also need to expand the party room to include the booze, because what kind of party doesn't have booze? And everybody else's additional bedrooms. And now we see what happens. Get inside, dwarfs. Another ambush. Cursed. So wait, hold on. Are the ambushes getting foiled by the impalas? I think the impalas are what's spotting the ambush. Okay, so drawbridge is up. Wow, and another ambush. And the bolt throwers begin to fire. Let the games begin, dwarves. They're also... Are they moving? Yep, nope, they're backing off, which is fun to see. These guys up here are starting to fire. They don't fire until they get a little bit closer. More things have been revealed. More of the goblin ambushes have been revealed. Makes me wonder just how many of them are actually on the map. And as far as that... Yeah, okay, so that goblin isn't sexist, because it is a lady. Yeah. Up top, these guys do seem to be firing. At least somewhat effectively. So this tower setup here, not bad, actually. I do need to hack down some of these trees, though. It's gotten a little bit forested up here. These goblins are at the very least getting injured. These guys are standing outside of the range of my catapults and ballista, which is kind of wild, actually. I also need to make these stones accessible so that they can go get more boulders. You're firing again. Draining that ammo nice and quick. Going to go get more ammo, I presume. Haven't seen much digging. Also, chat, can I get a big vial Force of Darkness if you have the emotes? Fire the puppies? What do you mean, fire the puppies? That seems like a crime, if you ask me. So they're all going this way. Is there livestock on the map? Thanks, chat. Huh. Send the Marksdwarves down here, maybe. One of them is getting more ammo. Looks like we were able to take out this battering ram. At least one half of it. Yeah, this is kind of cool that they're actually sitting outside of the range of my weapons. I guess I need to tempt them closer. So we'll open the gates back up. This puppy's got a union. You can't fire them. It's definitely unionized puppers. I would hope that those doggos have workers' rights, though, so makes me feel okay. I'm kinda surprised that they're not trying to dig down through here. I suppose I could tell the Marksdwarves to go out here. Think of ways of new systems for these boxes during this kind of behavior. Yeah, I love how standoffish they are now, though. It's actually, like, really cool. Okay, this broke. I managed to cage at the very least one of them who got in. Oh, shit. They've started moving forward again. Charging forwards enough that my catapults both fired and my bolt throwers are firing again. We've got several on the sides here too. You're very injured though. Taking out more of them as they bleed out. I'm trying to reload the equipment. Oh shit. Oh, one of my dwarves decided to be a dumb, which, fair enough. Happens to the worst of us and the best of us. Maybe that's what encouraged them to give it another shot. Marksdwarves are sniping at these guys from the tower over here as they're trying to find other ways in. One of them did manage to get in. Oh, shit. Seems like they are turning him into a pincushion, though. I mean, he's stuck with many a bolt. A lot of bone bolts, though, admittedly. I will send one squad up to here, I think. The future beans. Go stab that dude. Seems that the front is currently the most defendable place. And all of these battlements around here are certainly helping. Hold up. Are you shooting up? Is there a goblin over here somewhere that they're shooting at? It's this guy, probably. Yep. Whoop. Who else was found dead? That was definitely one of my melee dwarves that decided to be a hero. Didn't work out so hot. Didn't work out so good. What if I can send this squad forward? Let's see what the future beans are capable of. Now, the scariest part of these sieges, as I've mentioned many times, is that they can send significantly higher skill goblins. So if I actually look through here, we've got crossbowmen, spearmen, goblin lashers. It doesn't seem that these guys have any, but they will send master spearmen and sword masters and shit, which are scary as hell. Jarkovic here is stabbing goblins with his spear, which is very effective. I am going to turn off these catapults so I don't get friendly fired. Lazy man charging through. Not very lazy these days now, is he? They're all sitting on top of that goblin. What else do we have? There's a few at the end. Let's just send them through, see what happens. Charge forwards. As they start picking off the last of the goblins. Taking them out one by one. Dwarves pop up onto the upper level. Start chasing those mark scobs. We get taken out rather quickly. Let's send them back inside when they have the opportunity, once they stop seeing goblins, who appear to probably be retreating at this point. Yes. I think they are. Let's see who's left. Yep, no, they're leaving. They're leaving. Good fight, everybody. Round of beers to a good victory. That was fun. I really like these new sieges, guys. Like, even like when they seem to not be working, even when they seem to not be working well those first few days, like, I really like these new sieges. They're just so much fun. So much fun. So I did lose 2 dwarves. Which means I'm just going to go over to here. I'm going to send all of these dwarves in here. I'm going to make a new burrow and just make it underground areas. So basically like from here down. And we're just going to call this Underfort. Underfought? No. And we're going to send all the dwarves into the Underfort. And turn off that. And we're just going to wait for some of those bodies to decompose a bit. Time to hope for drinking industry music. Oh yeah, that would be great if that played during the siege, wouldn't it? Name a dog Underfought? Underpupper. Underfought. Underfought is rarely jealous and forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others. That she has a greedy streak and she acts with compassion. She is conflicted by this since she sees those tendencies as an impotent on the quest for power. She doesn't handle stress well and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She's slow to trust others and she tends to make a small mess with her own possessions and she often feels discouraged. She takes offered help and gets without feeling particularly grateful and she tends to not reveal personal information. She occasionally overindulges and generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. No, I tend to just swap. Like, the last fort was a lot of hammers and swords and axes. This fort's a bit of spears. I just kind of swap from fort to fort, usually. And then just go with whatever interests me, really. Like, I don't have a particular preference. It's just whichever one I feel a fancy for that day. We're also going to let the dwarves smooth a bunch of stuff. Maybe not too much stuff, just a bunch of stuff. And Spear Dwarf's been missing for a week. I'm sure we'll find him. This is one of my favorite ways of doing tombs at this point. Eh. Okay, those won't work. Just like dig a staircase up a little bit and then dig a few tiles out from inside of it. And you just get these awesome little self-contained tombs that are super quick and easy to build. Ah, well, I found him dead. Her dead. And some migrants have arrived. Excellent. And not many things of value were lost. Cheerless and stubborn. What a dwarf. But all the other fixes in development, it keeps making this a richer and richer experiment. This is a positive development. I don't think there's been a negative development. Orange is here. Also, I super missed when you left, but I did say that I would probably still be on when you got back. So I guess I was right. Siege engineer. Poor empathy, poor memory, and clumsy. Hates learning things. What a doofus. Finds some skill mastery off-putting. Doesn't like things. Okay, fine then. Go do you, I suppose. Dreams to mastering a skill beekeeper. We'll do that. Personally values mastering a skill, or even remotely brave. You're a milker. At least he got good creativity. I mean, that's basically all he creatively does nothing, I suppose. Personally has a deep dislike of the natural world. Greatly respects. Low sense of self-esteem. Doesn't mind a little tumult in Discord. How about you? Poor spatial sense. Pretty good about for everything else, though. These dwarves get all of the trauma on the way into the fortress, though. Like, kind of all of it. Doesn't mind a little tumult. It's like the basic minimum that you need. How about you? In terms of raising a family. Is married to that cook. Well, you go hang out with her while she's training. You're an axe dwarf. You just heard sparks from Spyro? Where? In what? In the game? A 1000% catapults friendly fire. Yeah, they can get hit by the boulders now, and the shrapnel can kill them. The short that I uploaded this yesterday about catapults friendly firing, the dwarf didn't get killed by the boulder. The dwarf got killed by a shrapnel coming back from the wall that the boulder hit. You'd think someone would walk by all the dead goblins and say, wow, this place is well defended. This seems promising. Or no, wow, this place is constantly getting attacked. This seems concerning. Why did I move here? That would be my thought, but I guess we have different We see different things in locations. It's like, I want migrants, but could you please stop bringing alpacas? I don't care how much you like them. I'm just going to butcher them. Like... Grr. Oh well. Was getting caught up on chat. You're a Marks Dwarf. He's got skills in dodging. Now we're in an ad break, so I'll pause. Actually, I'll just make sure that these dwarves are all going to go training. Which they should be, but... I need them training as much as possible. Also need to make sure that they're using the right weapons and not those silly wooden ones that we found. Let's make some steel short swords as well. Also didn't set these to the right number. I set them to 10, not 40. That's on me, but... trying to decide what I should do with these bodies. I've got an idea. Remember I was saying I was going to do something with a minecart? I know what I'm going to do with a minecart. Who doesn't like a really long minecart route that goes straight into the lava sea? And burns a bunch of bodies. Who doesn't like that? Probably a dwarf that accidentally falls in it. But who doesn't like that? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a minecart route that goes directly to the lava sea. Can you cook the bodies? Who are you and what have you done with Caleb? Stop, like, savoring bottles of wine. This is the wrong video game, man. It's gross. No, you can't. I mean, you can burn them. Which is what I'm going to do. But no, you can't cook them. These are dwarves. They don't eat intelligent life. They're respectable creatures. Unlike most RimWorld players. You gotta do us RimWorld dirty players like that, especially when it's true. I mean, the RimWorld players know it the most of all. RimWorld players want only one thing, and it's disgusting. No, what Nasim said is correct. They actually can't. It doesn't matter, like, how much you want it. I mean, I guess you could mod it into the game, but, like, why? Is the actual situation there. All right, let's go all the way up to the top of this, and then I'll connect all these. Actually, I've kind of spotted an issue with this. Could probably still make it work, though. It's going to go down here. It's going to go here. Actually, yeah. No, I can make this work. So you're going to go to there, because they can't turn on down chunks. So you go down here. There. 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 This is true. In regards to Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld being excellent games, both very good games. I could live without some of the RimWorld memes, but it's hardly the fault of the game. It's the fault of people being gross more than anything. This is kind of a pain in the ass pattern. Especially because I kind of screwed this one up. So I will pause that. Just go to here. Go down there instead. We're gonna go there. Gonna go there. I have to, like, focus on this way more than I care to admit. Like, I have to think so hard about what I'm doing when I do stuff like this. So you go here to there. And then you go down to here. Oh, I see where I fucked up. I can fix that. Why don't I do this instead? Go forward one, down to here, around there. There, go. Nope, do that instead. Go across to there, and then you go here. So essentially what I'm trying to do, for anybody who's probably as confused as I am while doing this, is I can't make minecarts turn on a corner, or the track will break. Like, they won't be able to roll on it. So I'm trying to make sure that whenever they're dropping a level, it's not breaking the continuity of the track. Neither do minecarts. They still kill you if they're going really fast. All right. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go down here, and I'm just going to make a big old box of blocks. In fact, maybe bigger. I'm going to get rid of all of this. I'm going to throw in one of these for some aesthetics. And this is going to be a corpse stockpile. Mostly, anyway. With the exception of right there, because that's going to be where that... Oh, Jesus. Okay, I'm good at this. Let's try this again. You corpses not right there. There we go. And let's put 1 or 2 floor tiles right there. How the fuck did you manage that there, Dwarf? Like, they just immediately Broke their own ramp. Did I fuck up that bad? I guess I did. Okay. I guess I must have put like a dig tile directly underneath it. You have some execrable floating mist across the surface? Oh, is that zombifying things, or unaliving things, or husking things? What's it doing when it touches them? Gamble Camel, thank you very much for the 14th month with Prime. Appreciate you greatly. I gotta be honest, chat. This, like, head cold, not bad at all. Really isn't. But my god, is it actually making it difficult to stream. Like, it shouldn't be, but it is. Making the whole process of doing this just, like, tedious and complicated because I keep having to, like, think harder than I should to keep myself talking. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Gamble Camel? Keeping that subscription alive for yet another month. And good evening, Mind. How are you? Yep, minecarts haven't changed. Silver She. I don't know if it's long lasting. It also wasn't ever bad. I mean, I started getting symptoms Monday night, and they've just kind of lingered, and it's literally just I have a slightly plugged nose. Like, that's the only symptom I have. I have a slightly plugged nose. I kind of feel like I have, like, seasonal allergies, but it's, like, winter. Like, nothing's growing. I mean, it's not winter, but it's not seasonal allergy season. That was a pretty big migrant wave, yeah, Alan. I also need to upgrade my Farmer's Guild. Actually, let's dig you a little further. And then go down to here. And have stairs that follow to right, and have one of these that follows, but let's do the stairs on slightly higher priority. So you do that first. And then what I need to do is I need a I need a little bit of lava in here. A little bit. So I'm going to go to you. Dig through this. Just going to real quick put some vertical bars in this. Oh. Instead, I'm going to put don't have any grates. I'm just going to put a fortification right there then. Oh, are you still stuck in here? Holy shit, this dwarf's still stuck in here. This is the guild hall that I need to level up. So let's approve that. And I also need a temple and a piece for the moral coven. Religious equality? What is this madness? You always annihilate your fort whenever you play with water or lava? Huh. Aside from the fact that I've got a dwarf stuck in here who's, like, incapable of getting out. Oh. Well. Could somebody please go dig that ramp? That would be great. Okay, so you right here. Just need you to channel through that and dig through this. Well, actually, do that after this has been built. What, when I dug into the lava? Gaming Vicious? I mean, sure. It's making zombies creatures indeed. I learned the hard way, though, and channeled your... it goes through the channel walls for your marks. Oh, that's rough. Are they husks? Because husks train skills just like normal dwarves do, and that's how I made dwarves like... what's it called? That's how I made dwarves that are ridiculously strong, such as the blockade. Good times. All the way up to here. God, I love the fact that this automatically builds a line. You used to have to do these one tile at a time, pointing in the right direction, manually. Before this released on Steam, and holy shit, I'm so happy that it's just a lot more automated and faster now. So this is one of the greatest changes since this version released. It's just how much more convenient this shit is. All right. All right, now everybody needs to smooth that. This is going to be one of the most out-of-the-way body disposals I've ever made, but it's going to be awesome, I hope. So the way this is going to work is they're going to fill up, I guess, this stockpile with bodies. And then I'm going to have a minecart here, which is going to load all of the bodies into the minecart, which will get rid of the miasma, which will be great. And then once a month, when that minecart is full, they're going to push it down here. Or actually, I mean, I could actually just get them to kick it, but that would actually be kind of dangerous. Push it all the way down here. And then at the very bottom, they'll give it a kick and dump the lava into there. Or dump it into there. And hopefully not catch on fire and burn to death. Which actually they very well might. Shit. I shouldn't have done it that way. All right, well, I guess I will do this in a different way so that it doesn't cause them to burn to death. We'll have to do it. We'll have to do that, which actually that kind of sucks, but oh well. I thought that would work, but nope. I should have thought that through, which I didn't. It's okay, I can use a pump. What I'm going to do is I'm going to build a pump on top of this and just pump a little bit of lava into a deep hole. That's what I'll do. Party 2. That is not the tool I wanted. That is the tool I wanted. Burn to death prematurely? Yeah, before we need them to burn to death, obviously. Even with it turned on? Wait, what? Even with what turned on? I'm presuming you have, like, a singular, like, you know, dwarf assigned to, or at least one dwarf assigned to haul corpses, and I presume that the corpses are set so that they can haul refuse, right? Because if they aren't, you won't be able to. This right here, we'll just use a green glass block. One of these and one of these. Easy peasy. And, I will do this. And this. Amazing way to go out as a dwarf. I mean, okay, I've talked about this before. Burning to death in Dwarf Fortress is the best way to die because there are no negative thoughts associated with catching on fire. except for being caught on smoke. So if you're in smoke. So if you're above ground and you are not going to burn in a way that will cause you to smoke, there is no negative to dying to lava or burning to death. That's all you need to know. Burning to death is the best way to die. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Or my Armok talk, maybe? So there are no negative thoughts about drowning? I don't think there's any negative thoughts about drowning. There might be. Also, where exactly does this land underneath the surface? It's all the way over here? I was thinking maybe I could just dump bodies straight into a hole right here. Or over here somewhere that just goes straight down. But that'll be part 2, maybe, of this. Body disposal system. Looks like it's getting done pretty quick, too. You prefer old age, but hey, to each their own. I mean, and that's very scheduled, too. You know that you'll die on the 1st of spring, so as long as you survive the 1st of spring, you can live life like it'll last forever. Bodies and stuff. Okay, so that's going to go right here. You're going to load from here. You're going to load everything but dwarf corpses. And then hopefully we don't get attacked by dwarves. And then everything but dwarf body parts, because those need to go into tombs, hopefully. And I'm going to make a singular wooden minecart, just because they're lighter. Wooden minecart. Real Swifty, what should my naming for you? This one. A military dwarf with a beard. Okay, your life expectancy may be short, but you shall go out with a blaze of beardy. Or glory, whatever you prefer. Oh, shit. I thought I was forgetting something. Forgot to turn off these ones. Let's also assign everybody to this. I'm also going to go into the tasks screen and re-enable all of the brewing. So we're running a little low on the booze. Let's check the value of this. Helped a bit, not by much. Let's dig out all of this. And hello, Chimney of Legs and Bricks. Chimney of Legs and Bricks. Sup, dude? Yeah, chat, that's been mentioned once or twice in chat today. That bolt throwers don't hit thieves and snatchers. The question is, do they hit, agitated wildlife? Because that's all I really want, is an automated way of dealing with agitated wildlife. And that seems pretty choice as a use for it. But I haven't actually left them activated long enough to notice if they deal with agitated wildlife, so I haven't even done the work to answer my own question yet. So I've got that going for them. Oh man, werebeasts. I didn't even think about that. I usually just have like a squad of Marks Dwarves stationed where I know that werebeasts are going to appear and just get them to shoot them. Because that I find to be pretty effective and efficient. Oh, actually, I don't want to do more glass here than I need. Just want it for the walkway. Mudstone, mudstone, mudstone. Let's get some doors in here. Yeah, sorry about that. That one snuck up on me and didn't have time to mute. Rock salt. Rock salt, rock salt. Do tied up animals not do the job? I mean, they spot them, but they don't. They're not going to kill them. Animals are an extremely ineffective method of defense. Like, if you're talking about actually like killing things, like tied up animals are awful at that. Like, I'm always amazed that people even do it or try to do it, because like from all testing I've ever done, it's just like it's been so ineffective. It's like why even try? Like, they're good for de-stealthing things, but like actually being a form of defense, they're pretty terrible. How's the value of this? It's gonna take a little bit still. Okay, I also need to hotkey this room. Let's do F4. And you right here. Well, I guess we gotta wait until that minecart gets made. Oh, out of wood. Alright, well, I guess I have to let the dwarves out then. I do, in fact, have to let the dwarves out, which is gonna be tough on the moods, but is what it is. Is it better to separate tables? If you have more than one chair at the same table, the dwarves fight over it and argue over it and don't like it. They don't like... There isn't enough tables. It's sort of like the Dwarf Fortress equivalent of 8 without a table. Instead of 8 without a table, it's too many people like using the same table. You know? Also, goddamn runny nose. Mother trucker. That explains why your dwarves are always irritated. That's probably one of the reasons. Maybe not all of them. There may also be a dead cat in your living room. Who knows? I certainly had a old fort long time ago where I had like 12 dead cats in one space and had no frickin' idea whatsoever. And it was kind of distressing when I realized what the actual issue was. It's like, oh, there's literally just a dead cat in this room. It was just underneath a pile of other things, and at the time, it was just a lowercase c, but the ASCII sprite wasn't showing underneath everything. But yeah, if your dwarves are always irritated, there's probably something wrong. You can turn the badge off. You have to go into customize appearance, though. You have to click on chat identity, which is down next to chat appearance, and then you can change it. So, like, the way here, I can show you. You click on this little button right here, and then you can change it to say that you're watching with audio. Although I don't know if you can do it on mobile, like at all. You can get rid of the butthole badge. Sure. Yeah, you can like customize all your badges. Although what's wrong with having a butthole badge? I mean, come on. Well, on the bright side, all my dwarves have gear now. It's not necessarily the best gear, but at least they all have gear. And I'm actually going to go to this squad. And I'm going to go to you. I'm going to say uniform replaces clothing. I'm going to call this full metal gear. Not alchemist. And then I'm going to say full metal gear. And then I'm going to go bars Let's just make some iron greaves. Iron greaves will be fine. I don't need full steel. Iron greaves. And we're just gonna do 20. Although currently I have no charcoal, so. Also gonna go to this woodcutter and go, why don't you have an axe? Which one of these fools is using your axe? Ah. That's rude. I may have to boot you out of the military for this, Lucky Bean. The least I can do is force you to use a spear. We're in an ad break, so I'll pause the game. You'd like to have a dwarf that's on the front line of the military squad. It may not live long, but I'll make an impact. Sure, can do. This dwarf is listed as a mark dwarf, but technically they have a spear. Sorry it took me so long to name that, by the way. I was just kind of spacing in and out of reality. I'm blaming this head cold, but it's not actually a legitimate thing to blame. He's often sad and dejected and feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards and is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance. He is very greedy and he's assertive and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and he enjoys the company of others. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He doesn't often feel envious of others and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't fully care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a masterwork someday and personally views competition as a crucial driving force in the world and values sacrifice and likes Hornblende and Electrum and Morion as well as Bloodthorn, not Goldthorn, basking shark leather and hippo ivory and alpaca wool, shields and cavies for their adorable call and the raccoon men for their mischief and the sound of the intricate berry, and when possible prefers to consume teff beer and teff flour, and absolutely hates leeches. And your only friend is my human maceman. Welcome to the fort. Who mostly just kind of hangs out and socializes in the barracks. Proper military dwarf, if you ask me, Caleb. Okay, you're gonna go pick up equipment now, thankfully. And go hacks down some trees from ease. Also, I was going to make a slab for Rusty, which I didn't do. Because we got attacked. Do I have slabs, though? That's the question. Nope. It's hard to not hate leeches. I mean, there's very few people in the world that like leeches, and I personally feel that you shouldn't trust them. Let's also get rid of this. And throw some wheelbarrows into here to limit those jobs. We've got two dwarves that seem bugged and stuck together. Is there any way to separate them and give them a little reset? I'm not sure what would cause that. What do you mean by stuck together? Do you mean like a baby and her mother? Because babies ride around on their mom's shoulders, if that's what's happening. Day keeps the clergy at bay. Well, I'm glad I don't have your doctor. You have to get pretty far into them, Jonesa, in regards to the gem spires in YouTube chat. Well, there's logs again, so we can get back to work. Can also get this area cleared out, so there's going to be less chance things are just going to climb onto my walls. And it is trading season. I think I will let these dwarves continue to haul things for a wee bit. You'd take a leech over a tick or a swarm of mosquitoes? I mean, fair. This is a very strange... I'd take this over this discussion, but I'd rather neither, if given the option. Let's do that. Go down to the bottom, go to weapons. Lots of spears. Hell yeah. I will get rid of all of these wooden spears. Get rid of all these bows. So don't want those, don't need those. Let's get rid of the crappy scourges, I'll keep the better ones. Get rid of the morning stars. Here's hoping they also brought logs for me, because that would be very useful, actually. Let's just go X and go to handwear. Get rid of these. Let's go headwear. Let's get rid of the copper ones and the iron ones. Wandering Star, thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. It's very kind of you. Let's also maybe get rid of that dog hair ring. Let's go rings. Because there's a dog hair ring on the ground, and that's just kind of gross. We don't really need that very much now, do we? Let's see what these humans brought to trade. One of them just died of dehydration, and now the other is going to eat. I have a question. Have you updated your game in the last few days? Gray. Something had collapsed on the surface? Oh. Must have been the tree. Also, I have a really silly idea for how I could defend this fortress. The goblins kind of arrived along this, right? It was along this wall. If I channel underneath trees and then put supports underneath them, I think I can collapse trees using a lever. And I think that would be a really fucking funny way to fight off the enemies. Is by just pulling a lever and caving in a bunch of trees. So I'm gonna make some tree bombs, and I'm curious to see how these go. This is something I've wanted to try for a while, but it actually makes some sense in this map. Are we back? Hold on. I don't even have chat running. Can't see shit. Hey, hi. Hi. Hey, hi. What's up? So my power went out. So that's cool. It's back now. I blame the construction up the street. It was only for like a half second. It was like blip. Ah, boy. F5 gang issues? Yep. Need a UPS? Yeah, I need to spend a lot of money on a lot of things. That is one of them. What do is the question. Because, like... could start back up and I could get back to it. But I lost the YouTube stream because YouTube doesn't reconnect. I was gonna go for like another 2 hours or so. But like... that's just really annoying. Keep going? I'm just really mad. I need a snack regardless. My gut tells me I need lunch, is what my gut tells me. So I should go eat my snack, but like... I was gonna do that in a minute. Grr. Just very irritated about this whole thing. I am not going to play Jupiter Hell, no. I'm not going to play any other game, I guess, is probably what I should state. Yeah, let's start the game back up. Give me a sec. I didn't break the VOD, so I'll start the game back up. Give me a sec. But I will go grab a snack before we get going again. Oh, unless that happens again, in which case then we're done. Start YouTube up back up and say break. Well, let me look at that. Yeah, because YouTube's streaming system is so fucking terrible. I can't, like, resume a stream. I have to make a new one, which is awful. Makes me wish that I'd never streamed on YouTube in the first place. Now that I've said that... You just had to pay for Microsoft Office? I'm so sorry for your loss. Are you okay? You can't blame the rain because it stopped? No, but you can blame BC Hydro that's doing construction a block up the street. That's what I'm gonna do, which is power. So I'm blaming them. Because it went out and immediately came back, so... it was most likely them flipping a switch or something. But yeah, every time I've looked into UPSs, it's like the frequency at which this happens is so infrequent. It's like I just can't justify spending hundreds of dollars on one. Anyway, I'm rescheduling a YouTube stream, making it public. I'm going to start the bot back up, because that's not up and running again yet. But I would prefer, if you guys are going to keep watching, stay on the Twitch side of things, because Twitch views are the views that keep this place funded, so that's annoying. All right. Let's do that. let me just open up Discord and post that I'm back. Let me open up the new chat for YouTube because YouTube is dumb. Should be like $150. Yeah, and it would power my setup for about 90 seconds. So if the power actually goes out, like what the fuck's the point then? The only thing it wouldn't do is crash my computer, but whatever. Anyways, chat can babble about UPSs all they want, and I'm probably not gonna buy one. So, let's do that, this, that, and this. Okay. Everything should be running again. I'm gonna go grab my snack. Please yell at the internet to come back if you left. If you have everything up, sure. But like, yeah, anyways, that's never been an issue for me. So it's one of those things where it's like, will I get one? Yeah, probably eventually. But yeah, no. Anyway, I'm gonna go get a snack and scream into the void, and not buy a UPS. I will be right back.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Bring out your dead!
All right. The question is... Well, that's good. I mean, the good news here is that it didn't break my VOD on Twitch, so that's the good news. Because that's just really annoying when that happens. Because then I have to stitch the two of them back together. Did it have, like, the blinking, like, head guy face in it the entire time? Oh, yeah. Also, Bioactive, since you're here, out of curiosity, you did witness your dwarf die like 90 seconds after it got named, right? Looks like we had a crash Reno. Yep. No, on, essentially what happened was Dwarf Fortress just decided to not because my power went out. But. Which means we probably get to... Oh, actually... Okay, so there is something that could make me really, really upset. And that is if I reload this, and it's before the siege took place and before I did all of that designating and digging. I think this was after I had to do the designating, but we'll see in a second. Okay, whew, we're fine. That's good. That's good news at least. All right, so the game did save for summer. That is a relief. Hallelujah. Okay. I don't need to panic, because we did get, yeah, we got the traders, right? So... Alright, well, I don't need to scream and cry. I just need to, fix a few things. So, that's good. Anyways, we're back. Hi. Hi, chat. You guys, you're still there. You're still out there in the wild. You're still in the universe, still watching. To those of you who made it through, I apologize for that crash. You know, the stream went down because the power went out. Not much I can do about that. Even if I did have a UPS, it would have gone down. So, yeah. That's it. That's actually the main reason that I don't own a UPS, since me and Twitch chat were talking about that briefly. The main reason I don't own a UPS is because it wouldn't stop the stream from going down. Unless, like, my whole router and everything was connected, but... At least in my current setup, the way things are laid out, it wouldn't stop the stream from going down. So, you know, it is what it is. You had one for your server PC, about 25 minutes of backup time. My little, like, all-in-one server box has a little battery in it, so my server didn't even go offline. Because it, like, when it stops getting power, it just shuts off. So my server didn't even go offline. Like, it stayed on, which is kind of cool, actually. I haven't had a power outage since I bought it, so. You had one for your server PC, about 25 minutes of backup times, one for your main router, your modern access point, your modem access point, which was good for about 3 hours. Basically never lost internet, that's the key. Yeah, no, makes sense. Certainly makes sense if you, like, are running a lot of home server stuff, but I only do, like, cold storage home server stuff. It's quite literally just like an editing box / like, I put footage there. I also checked behind the scenes, but my recording of the other half of the VOD didn't corrupt locally, which is nice. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted to do. What the fuck am I doing? Why am I assigning random dwarves that don't need coffins to this? I mean, they'd like it, but they don't need it. Alright. Actually, I'm just gonna go here and get rid of this. What about my ISP? I mean, I currently hate my ISP. I'm gonna try and get a new one as soon as I possibly can. Sooner than later, ideally. But what about my ISP? My question for you, though, is what about Zoidberg? That's the thing that we all need to consider. Nobody ever mentions it anymore. It's crazy. I like Zoidberg. Someone over there. What are you talking about? Zoidberg's like my favorite character in that show, to be honest. Anyway. But for everybody watching the YouTube stream, doubly at this point, if you didn't do it already on the last stream, that's cool. But if you did do it on the last stream and haven't done it again, please leave a like on the stream. I would greatly appreciate that, because it is likely that if you had left a like on the stream, it's no longer there because, like, we have a new stream on the YouTube side. So if you did leave a like on the stream, please leave another one. That's all. Please and thank you. I'd greatly appreciate that if you would do that. True Zoidberg fans hate him. That's how you show you are a real friend. Fake friends compliment. I disagree with this take, but okay. The Goblin Keeper of the Seal, O2 meets with us. And Darius has been re-elected. And I need a temple and a piece, temple and a priest for the moral coven. What about the immoral coven? Why don't we consider them? I mean, that is true. No one likes Zoidberg noises. Because Zoidberg's gross. Like, they all think he's gross. That's, like, the whole bit with Zoidberg. But unironically, he is literally my favorite character in that show. I fucking love Zoidberg. Let's go up to here and I'm just gonna sell everything that's damaged. I'll be lazier this time. Any suggestions? I mean, you could look at the Dwarf Fortress subreddit and see some screenshots of Dwarf Fortress. I feel like whenever I try to emulate actual things, it just ends up looking bad, and I end up hating it. Or like things from movies. So usually what I do if I need inspiration is I just start digging and see what happens, but I guess I'm like a professional at winging it. I mean, he's gross, but he's no Warmbow, okay, Orange? And thanks, Jess, and Nulzer, and Koss for leaving likes on the stream, on the YouTube side. And Bioactive requested a kid, Dwarf. Which one would you like? There are several available. Bah. Sorry, I'm just gonna mute the microphone and clear my nose. Hey, yeah, this fort does kind of look like a chainsaw, but that wasn't intentional. Also, Ranger Rick, it's good to see you, by the way. I've completely dismembered a goblin in adventure mode, and he's just lying there trying to bite you. I mean, congratulations, you found the Black Knight. Something, bite your legs off. You can get a dwarf named if you get the redemption, which you need to redeem the name something thingy. It's not sub-only or anything specific like that. It's literally just, you just need the redemption. I'm just going to pick one. We'll give you Kvish, the oldest one. 13. The lucky number of Bioactive, who apparently just... Oop. The second. A motherfucking chainsaw. What? That chainsaw? You don't have any bloody arms! Yes, it's true. He does not generally seek retribution for his past wrongs. He's careful with resources when working on projects. And thank you very much, Von Galactic, for the raid. My power went out, and my stream went offline for like 90 seconds. So I'm getting over the annoyance of that. But thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Space Potate, hello. Von Galactic, Dream in Spirit, Zalia, good morning. I mean, afternoon. Internet morning, we'll go with. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for the siegers? How are you liking the sieging? I don't like the part where my power goes out, but the patch is great. It's been fun. Doing double duty, Spotted Tango? But how is stream, Vaughn? How are you liking the update? I don't think I've actually talked to you since the update released. Been too busy, you know, doing this. He doesn't seek out excitement and could be considered rude. He is a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family and personally holds fairness as one of the highest ideals and despises cheating of any kind. Doesn't see the point of working hard. And likes borax and light pewter as well as jelly opal and sharpfin, mako shark tooth, and llama wool and bolts and lion tamarins for their small size and the sound of the flowery skirts and when possible, and the sight of the fuchsia quintessence and when possible prefers to consume hammerhead shark and potato plants and ale and finger millet flour and absolutely hates mosquitoes. It's true. Garzon official. Long ago raid indeed. But hello, crinkled paper. I'm just scrolling up if Twitch chat lets me. And everybody else who came in from the raid. Straight flour. I mean, who doesn't like to eat straight flour? Dry, you know? I used to be able to read them way faster back when it was all on one screen, Garzon Official. Because when it was all on one screen, all of the text was just right there, so I could, because I barely even, I don't even see the text anymore. I see like the first two first two words of each trait, and then my brain just auto-completes it. So, it has been a minute. What have you been up to, Ranger Rick? But yeah, no, this update's been great, at least for me. We just had a siege, as you can see. There's blood everywhere, which is really funny because it took a while for me to actually get sieged in this fort. We're in year 5, and that was the first siege. So it took a very long time for those goblins to get around to coming over to my front door and knocking my stuff over. But thankfully, finally they did, and I'm very thankful for it because I got to turn them all into paste using mostly my machines of warfare, which was a good time. And I think the dwarves enjoyed it, and I also did. And thankfully, my power went out after the game had saved again, and I don't have to redo it. But we'll hopefully get more sieges sooner than later. I do have the difficulty turned up to hard, so I've been expecting more sieges, but they've just been like lazy and not attacking me like the good goblins should, you know. Instead, they're just like, man, that dwarf over there is scary. Although, I was able to take over one of their dark fortresses by demanding that they surrender, which is kind of amusing. And I found out that there's actually like a balance issue with demanding surrender. If you demand surrender and the game doesn't know how big the enemy army is, then they just essentially sit there forever, basically, from what I can tell, which might be one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Just got done watching the Strange Tomb vid yesterday. Oh, cheers. Hope you enjoyed it. Hear people toast flour and put it on wine? Yeah, it's a strange culture, the dwarves. It's like they make biscuits out of nothing but... So they made a cheese roast in this fort yesterday, which was literally just 4 different kinds of cheese. It was like a like a cow cheese roast. It was cow cheese, donkey cheese, pig cheese, and dwarf cheese. So, you know, maybe they're actually just me when I'm stoned and just eating a brick of cheese. Like, I've been there. It's a cheese platter? Yeah, but baked together. So it's like if you took a cheese platter and put it into a pie tin and baked it, you know? Like that kind of thing. Meanwhile, YouTube chat, you know, that's a good idea. I'm gonna go make a quesadilla. You know, honestly, yeah, it is kind of just like a cheese quesadilla minus the wrap. Sounds great. Can you have one? You know, actually, now that I think about it, I've had cheese balls before. They were delicious. So, oh, I have to redo this. I was gonna make tree bombs. Oopsies, that's not what I need. Over here, where I just channel underneath these trees, and then put not stuff. Then just put supports underneath them, and then pull a lever and cause them all to cave in. So I'm gonna try and do that. Although knowing my luck, it won't work. But we'll see. Is that actually effective? I mean, it'll be hysterical. It can be effective, especially if, like, they're all holding weapons, because if they're all holding weapons, then their weapons just go flying everywhere. Tree bombs, yeah. It's when you cave in trees on people. It's when you go entirely underneath a tree and remove all of the natural support of the tree, and then pull a lever to drop the trees on everything around them. One of them isn't flooded, but no, that was not on purpose. I didn't do that intentionally. I mean, this one isn't flooded, but I didn't flood this. Well, this one's dry, I guess. It's this lower one down here that's flooded. But no, it generated like this. Sorry, I need to clear my nose. Yes, I can. I can speak. Do they pick their weapons back up? Not if they've lost their arms. Actually, I don't know if they pick their weapons back up. Yeah, I did. We were talking a little bit about the new Steam stuff. The new Steam gear things. I'm curious about that all-in-one PC thingy. Mostly because, like, I'm kind of in the market for a device like that, but it highly depends on the price point. Let's just do low boots and high boots. Mostly because I don't want the leather ones. The GameCube, yes. I mean, I'm never going to play anything in VR. I have no interest. Price like a PC as opposed to a console. I'm going to reiterate exactly the same thing I said earlier, so sorry to those of you who were here earlier who heard me say that. No shit. Consoles are priced like a PC. Like, come on. Have you seen how much a fucking PlayStation costs? Like, the basic one's $1,000 fucking here. Like, of course it's gonna be priced like a PC. They just saying it how it is instead of, like, pretending they're still selling consoles to people. Have you seen how much a PlayStation is? Look how much a PlayStation is. PlayStation with, like, one game and an extra controller is like $1,000. Well, I mean, everything's an Xbox, so my phone's an Xbox already. I don't need an Xbox. It's fine. Way ahead of it. That first dwarf had hammer skills. Do you have the personality traits? Ooh. Doesn't seek out excitement. Well then. Does have martial prowess though. What about you? No military skills. You dream of mastering skill? I think I did need a snack, though. I'm feeling a lot better. I mean, my nose is still running, but I needed that snack is what I'm trying to say. You can go into this squad, though. Leather worker. This is going to be a big migrant wave, I think. It's $549. Okay, so I'm in Canada. PlayStation 5. Buy. If I go to Best Buy, PlayStation 5 is... Jesus fucking... Please just... The basic slim... Well, not even the slim model. The basic model is $649.99. A controller is $100. If I want one with an extra controller, it's $749 on sale. If I want one, which this is currently on sale, so it's $519, but the full price for the for a new extra controller with a game with it is almost $900, and the Pro console without a second controller is $959. So a PlayStation is $1,000, unless you're buying a used one. So yes, I expect it to be priced like a PC, because consoles are priced like PCs. And I miss trading. God damn it. I mean, what Gabriel's pretty much correct in the YouTube chat, which is they're just standardized PCs. They're easier. They're just like more consistent PCs at this point, basically. I mean, how much is a Switch 2? Sorry, I'm getting derailed here, but Switch 2, Nintendo Switch 2, Best Buy is 609. Okay, with Mario Kart, it's $699 in Canada. So after taxes, that's like $700 for a fucking Switch. And that only comes with like 2 Joy-Cons. Like you don't even get like an actual controller with that. So yeah, no. This is why I don't buy consoles. I'm okay with buying a computer because at least I can do things with it. I actually don't know how much the 1 terabyte Steam Deck is. I haven't looked at that in a while. Hardware, Valve, Steam Deck. Yeah, the OLED 1 terabyte is $819. But at least like that, like the amount of options of games you have to play with this is way better. Like this to me is a way better value for your money than a Switch 2. At least if you play the same types of games I do. Because the types of games I play are not on the Switch, right? I mean, that's why I have a computer plugged into my TV. So I can sit on... Well, I don't sit on my couch. I sit on a chair that I have, but... Okay, so let's go all the way down here. F4? Yeah, there it is. So this right here, hopefully nobody got stuck in here. That's good, nobody did. I'm gonna go turn this on. I need a dwarf who's gonna go operate a pump. Is your minecart powered? No. No, it is not. I mean, it's 800 Canadian, so it's certainly not 800 USD. In regards to Steam Deck. I mean, it is in Canada. It's $819 in Canada for the Steam Deck. Oh, well, OLED. Is the cost of games on Steam or GOG or itch.io plus all the indies only available there? Yeah, no, totally. I mean, like... I understand the appeal of, like, a Nintendo console. But, like... To be frank... I do not... I'm just not the audience for it. Like, there's absolutely an audience for it, and that audience absolutely exists. I am not it. All right, that's literally all I needed. Okay, so it's going to be 2 layers deep down here, which which is totally fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that'll be relatively safe for a dwarf to dump stuff in there. And this I can get rid of. Put 2 wall pieces right here. I can deconstruct these wall pieces. And yeah, that's pretty much all I need to do here. I have no idea. Does it? I mean, at least you can, like, edit, like, change them. I'll be completely honest, I've had so little interest in a Steam Deck that, like... Oh shit, we need a metalsmith's guild. That's actually a good thing. I've had so little interest in a Steam Deck that I've just never even really looked at them. Like, it's just not a product that interests me in kind of any real meaningful way. Am I making a magma dump? Yep. It may also end up transporting stuff up as well, but we'll see. Let's go back down. And I'm going to go right here. And I'm going to remove all the brakes and point you right there. Yeah, I mean, like, that was always kind of like the thing in my head that made the Steam Deck make sense. Is that, oh, well, if you have a Steam Deck, it's because... If you buy a Steam Deck, it's because you travel a lot. Like, that's been my, like, idea in my head as to why that product makes sense for as long as it's existed, more or less. Okay, so... This minecart is going to go... this way when it's full after 28 days. Then it's going to have a second stop, which is going to be right here, which is going to keep going forward always. And then it's going to have a stop right here, which is going to keep going that way always. And you're loading corpses. Oopsies. Let's go to here. You're loading them from around here, which is good. Everything but dwarves. So whenever this is full of bodies, and in here it hides the bodies so dwarves don't get disturbed by it. When this is full of bodies, it'll get pushed. And we can make sure that it works by forcing it to go sooner. But it'll go once a month regardless. Or it should. Well, no, it won't actually, but... Once that's done, this is done, and this is done, we can test it out. Which is going to be really easy, which is just simply grab you. And just say when 50% full of desired items. Let's just jump back up to here. See this? Yep, there it goes. Let's see if this sucker works, chat. Let's see if it works. Now, the only problem with this is if the job of the dwarf pushing this minecart gets canceled, it will, and it happens to be on a ramp at the time, it will speed up and probably kill somebody. But only if the job gets canceled. So, hopefully the job doesn't get canceled. And there it goes. No. Okay, so it is actually... I need to add some automation to this. It is actually going to set people on fire. So what I need to do is I need to deconstruct this, go down to maybe about this level, and put a grate in here. Just queue up some rock grates real quick. Rock grates. Put a grate in here. And then a pressure plate. Like over here? Maybe? No. I'll put the pressure plate on the other side. So like over here. Minecart's trigger. And then that'll open or close the grate. Or I could just put a singular tile drawbridge. It's always an interesting realization. Well, I mean, I had a suspicion it would, but that just confirmed my suspicion. I'm actually just going to put a... Well, actually, no, I need to put a grate in. Crap. How can I do this? Do I have any lava-safe stone? I don't think I do. Yeah, I really don't. Oh, no, I do. Petrified wood is lava safe. Glass is lava safe as well, yeah. You're right. I'm also going to stop making green glass cabinets and chests. It's just taking too long. Using up too much of the materials. Let's just go over here and just make a bunch of wood furnaces as well. Oh, I also have a bunch of bauxite, it looks like. Oh, no, that's not bauxite, that's salvite. Misread it. All right, well, anyways, that'll work. That'll work. That'll work. Yeah, let's just make petrified wood. Question is, rock salt ain't lava safe, so I need to make some mechanisms that are lava safe. Rock mechanisms. Where the fuck is the sandstone? Oh, I know why I don't have much sandstone. It's because the sandstone is in the aquifer. Also, I got a petrified wood grate. I'll just use that. Floor grate. There we go. The automatic disintegrator is no longer working after Siege update? Just because I'm not doing something doesn't mean it doesn't work. Of course it works. Yeah. I mean, you can absolutely use, like, drawbridges and pressure plates to destroy stuff, but why do that when I can dump it in the lava? This is more fun. Literally, I'm doing it because it's a thing to do. Because why not? Because I can. You can absolutely do that. But just because you don't see me doing something doesn't mean it doesn't work anymore. It just means I'm not doing it. Out of choice or for some other reason. Let's make another minecart here. And almost always, if you see me doing something, it's because, like, I want to do it that way. And this is just one of those cases where I just like doing it that way. Let's make a wood stockpile. And make a... Well, at least you work. Make a trap that drops something in front of your gate if they try to break it. That drops something in front of your gate if they try to break it. Probably. As in, like, if they try to break my gate? Probably. I mean, there's a few ways you could probably do that. A little bit of creativity, probably. What I was gonna do though is I was gonna make a spike pit for this. I was thinking about maybe putting a bridge over top of this, and then having upright spikes down below, and then dropping them on the spikes. How do you deal with tattered clothing? You want to see a life hack? Here, I can use the thing that I just built to show you. See this? This is a corpses pile, right? I can also add refuse to it. No shit. I don't want to throw dwarves in there. We're gonna go add refuse. And if I type in this and go to you, I don't want to throw those out. I also don't want to throw this, that, or various other things. But if you go to here and just type in where, after you allow everything, type in where. And then I would recommend changing the quality, because dwarves tend to keep ownership of a higher quality clothing. They'll just throw it into the refuse pile. And it'll just go away. Or you could just sell it. I usually sell it, but... Then this, I can set to also. Load clothing. I just walked into a tomb and a money raised 41 intelligent undead. They might be ghouls, but it's kind of hard to tell. Although I probably shouldn't add everything to this. Which I think I just did. Yeah, I super duper just did. Just clothing, not everything. I'll put my friggin' goblets in here, you morons. God damn it. Had a stupid moment. But yeah, that's how I deal with clothing usually. Didn't I just designate regular clothes to go in there? Nope. Well, yes, but no. Because refuse in here, oops, by default takes, what's the word? By default, refuse piles take any items that are damaged. But if you prioritize this, then it'll get rid of stuff that is less damaged, if that makes sense. But I did enable everything to be checked in here for a hot second there, which I now need to fix. My advice, McLaffrey, is if you ever played a game like Civilization? Do you remember the first time you saw Endgame Civilization? If you just only ever saw Endgame Civilization but never actual Civilization, wouldn't that make it seem extremely overwhelming and complicated? That's kind of basically what you're putting yourself through, is you are looking at Endgame Civilization but nothing else. So this is not early game. This is 5 years into a fortress, and I know how to, like, pretty quickly progress and build a big put-together fort. If you start Dwarf Fortress by just looking at advanced players playing mid to late game forts, yeah, you're gonna have a hard time. It's going to be daunting. Uh-oh. I was gonna say, if I just drop a bunch of dwarves into lava, that would be really funny, but it's not actually hooked up just yet. It's going to be very daunting. You are going to have a hard time. So my advice is just simply start with the basics, start at the beginning, and learn as you go. You know? Then you'll have a much better time of it. Let's pause the game. Under what conditions do caravans arrive from civilization? Well, your last one was separated by a strait of water, and so nothing but the first caravan arrived? If you have no access to your civ site and they have no way of getting to you, they can't trade with you. You will only get the guaranteed stuff. Do not use archers because dwarves can't can't make arrows. They make bolts, Koi. So don't use archers. Use crossbows and use bolts. Just dwarves shouldn't use bows. They really should take that out of the defaults. They will never work properly, and they can't work properly. Unless the games change pretty fundamentally. Unless they change them. But there may be conflicts, Koi. So go to that squad. Just click ammo and make sure that they actually have ammo assigned. That's the first thing. Make sure that it's accessible. And if you do have ammo, but there's none available, the other thing that you could do... I need to make quivers. The other thing that you could do is you could go to standing orders and go to others, and then go to hunter ammunition and see if they have claimed all of your ammo. The problem is we have 3 different ammo screens in 3 different places. Watch my getting started tutorial. Tarnish dash. That's it. Dwarves need alcohol, not water. Do not let your dwarves drink water. It will piss them off. Dwarves need to take breaks and need time to socialize. If you don't give them breaks and don't give them time to socialize, they will go nuts. Yes, sometimes your dwarves will spend a lot of time in the tavern. Let them do that. Build doors and station animals outside using, what's it called? The pastures. Pasture zones. So that dwarves can, not get attacked by were creatures. Hey, chat. Can I get a round of beers for Jonathan CM for the brand new Prime sub? I was going to look something up in here, and then I completely forgot what it was. Oh, that's what I was going to do. I'm going to follow that dwarf. Also, what Cheshire Dwarf said. I really wish that, or hope, that if a future update comes with a ammunition screen, like if I just hit, like open up this screen, I think there should just be ammunition. Or maybe like under labor, ammunition or something. That just groups all of the ammo screens into one thing, shows all of your siege engines and lets you like enable them all or disable them all or enable specific ones. And says like what ammo is assigned to where and shows all your squads, because like there are 3 different ammo screens in 3 different locations in the game that do different things that all look the same once you open them. I have had some luck with cage traps being effective, but I only have a few, and the last siege, a goblin got stuck in it, so... Apologies. Alright, let's see if this works. That is a lot of cartilage. You don't need to hope for that. Putnam is working on it, but it's one of those things where, like, the UI needs to be completely reprogrammed to make it function that way again, Ambiguous Britain. Maybe just play Adventure Mode, because that has full keyboard support. Also, I think DF Hack adds some of the keyboard support back in. I have no interest in ever playing the game with a keyboard again, so... Mad Lab, the Scholar, has been taken by a Fey Mood, who was the most pissed off dwarf for a second there. Who's less pissed off. Still stressed, though. Wonder what you're going for. Ah, craft store shop. Got it. The hanger inspired her? Maybe. I mean, she is 60 nice years old. We're about to turn these thieves into pincushions. And then they run away. As soon as they get here. As soon as they arrived, they scattered. I think it's time to butcher some animals, too. Let's also do some dogs. And train you, and you, and you for war. And geld a bunch of you. Alright. Well, I mean, the way the game's working now, you shouldn't have 100 individual bolts stacked that aren't stacked anymore, because you just shouldn't have that happen, because unless you're doing the old style of ammo conservation, which I personally, in my opinion, at this point is kind of pointless, you aren't going to be in situations where you have unstacked ammo because it's just going to be broken. At least I haven't had that issue. But I don't know. I mean, if you're intentionally conserving ammo, then you're kind of bringing that upon yourself. In adventure mode, I think it's a bigger issue, personally. Having to re-pick up every single arrow that you shoot individually is a bit of a pain. Same with bolts. What was I going to do? Right. Rock coffer. Sneezer, more like. And rock cabinet. Let's just do 85 of or 50 of both, maybe. Maybe not 85. And I need to finish that metalsmith guild, which is going over here. Before I completely forget. Yeah, for me, like, that's... I'm with you on that being a problem in adventure mode. In fort mode, it kind of makes a little less sense, especially because I am under the assumption that most people play with more resources than I do. So maybe I'm assuming incorrectly about how people play this game, but I do assume that most people play with more plentiful resources than what I have, just based on screenshots and stuff that I've seen. So if that is the case, then you should have enough resources to just use bolts the way they're intended as disposable in fort mode. But it is, yeah, a little bit silly that we can't restack them. Tarn said that the reason that we can't restack them right now, the last time I talked to him, was because it would not a pun, I swear. It would unironically cause a lot of stack overflow problems because the game's not very good at disposing of things that are kept in memory. So if they're contaminated with, like, I don't know, things that bolts get contaminated with, like blood, you'd have like permanent blood encrusted bolts, which may be cool, but would also cause problems. So they'd have to clean them first, is like the way I understand it. And Mad Lab, the scholar, has created Kodor Medtob, a rock salt toy boat, and offers it to the music of beans. Well, that's kind of adorable. Just to be sure before stacking it? Yeah, or like, if they got coded in, like, forgotten... Well, okay, now... Well, actually, what would happen, if that actually was a thing, what would happen is people would just try to make permanently poisoned bolts, wouldn't they? Why am I even thinking about this? People would use that to their advantage. Well, rock salt isn't salt, really. It doesn't dissolve the same way water does. Normal salt does, but... do you have any advice for someone with a moderate amount of experience who wants to make their forts look prettier? Building the caverns. Try and make a home in the stalactites and use the space you have. Force yourself to play the game with limitations. That's my advice on how to make your forts look better. Because it makes, if you play that way, it makes avoiding, or it makes avoiding, like, your own tendencies a lot harder. So if you tend to, like, not do a very good job, like, or if you force yourself to keep everything symmetrical, as an example, or like if you have a hard time not building a certain way, your best bet is to do that. Force yourself to play with limits. Oh shit! I should remove hides. Speaking of contaminated ammo, it'd be nice if I could get spider venom in vials and dip weapons in it. Biggest waste of time in video game. But you can sort of already do that with enough shenanigans. There's tutorials on how to do that on the wiki. But it takes like 12 hours for poison to kick in. So if you're in a siege, it takes 24 to 48 hours for some of them even to kick in. So if you're in a siege and you've already shot a goblin with a bolt, they're just going to be dead before the poison kicks in. Like, there's zero fucking reason to do that. Holy shit. 5 years in, I get my first Forgotten Beast. That's crazy. The Forgotten Beast, Fafaya. It's fire with a stutter. Fafaya! It's like a papaya. Bill of Folthamule has come. An enormous humanoid composed of blue garnet. It has wings and it appears to be emaciated. Beware, it's poison gas! Beans! Where is it? Oh, it's right there. It's kind of pretty looking, actually. Belcholos! Got the memo, I guess. It killed a dwarf once. Huh. Well, let's just get my army down here. What could possibly go wrong, right? I mean, after all. Hey, chat. Can I get a round of beers for good luck? Let's sign everybody up and send them to the party zone. Oh, also, if you ever see a dwarf like this, and they're collecting webs, and they're insisting on walking towards wherever the web is, and they're going to walk into danger, hit T and pause that job. It's literally all you need to do. Just hit T and pause the job. They will stop and go back to what they were supposed to be doing. So, you're welcome. Although, I don't know what this dwarf is trying to do, but it's clearly outside of the burrows, so. Huh? Buddy, what are you doing? Can I... Are you stuck? Are you not able to get here? This Forgotten Beast obeying my burrows. How kind of it. To battle, yes. It's baiting us, chat. We're all going to get poisoned. It's a matter of time. Which is going to happen. My noses. Oh, actually, hold up. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to station them all back here. Well, I was going to just tell the one dwarf to go stand right there, but it seems that Lightast got the ambush anyway. It's been hit by a bolt, which actually hit it in the head, which fractured it. So she already hit it in the head. All right, so far so good. She fires another bolt and it missed, I think. I saw a bolt go flying past her. And that was a rhino bolt, too. Imagine if she hit it with a steel bolt. Like, it's literally made of bones. I can also finally use my hospital. I haven't needed it yet. Which is kind of amazing. Mealbone bolt, which hits it in the leg, fracturing it. Fires another one. More marks dwarves are coming. There's bolts flying through, like, the very thin points of access and entry. Beast here is getting hit by a llama bone bolt, a mule bone bolt, a mule bone bolt. The spear dwarf is punching it, but the attacks are glancing away. Spear dwarf bashes it with the steel spear, which fractures it. It's getting lots of fractures in it. It's actually kind of a pretty beast, honestly. I mean, it is made out of gems. I mean, like that since the update. Yeah, I've heard reports of that. This is actually my first Forgotten Beast since the update, believe it or not, so... It seems like they're just beating it now. And there it goes. They have gained a sense of self-preservation. Yeah, I think we were talking about this one the other day. A Spear Dwarf got it. Did you get it? Oh, look at who got it! Beast Slayer! Beast Slayer? Slayer. There you go. Well done, dwarves. Well done. And actually, I'm going to pause this. And place another one of these. Just gonna go down to corpses. I'm actually gonna throw the corpse of it up here. But this artifact toy boat is a rock salt toy boat. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with steel, and the object menaces with spikes of rock salt. On the item is an image of Taters, the dwarf, and scepters in sardonyx. Taters is surrounded by the scepters. The artwork relates to the dwarf Doran. On the item is an image of Doran Attic Frog, the dwarf in llama wool. The item is an image of a square-cut gem in horse bone. Well, that's nice. I guess like that really upset dwarf has gotten happier and is making this as a thank you gift for the glorious Baron who has helped improve their life by allowing them to go study instead of, you know, do normally more other dwarfy things. This right here is going to be a metalsmith's guild before I forget, and then I'm going to go see if they all die of poison. It's not quite high enough value yet, but if I smooth the walls, that might be. Let's see. Are you going to all die? So far, so good. Is it just a decoration? Dwarves can't read slabs in fort mode, so you're safe. It's a very easy way to get the secrets of life and death in adventure mode, though. I think I'm actually going to set all of these dwarves to no orders for the moment. Just turn off training. Go up to here. Turn off training, because I have a bunch of dwarves that need a break. Like, they all have a lot of needs they got to go fulfill. And this can get turned off. I have 10 pissed dwarves. Are they all army? Isn't that bad news? I have 144 dwarves. And 10 of them are a little whiny. Oh no! Yeah, I'm very concerned about the very pissed off 10 dwarves. They're gonna take us down from the inside, man. We're all doomed. Our days are numbered due to the not even a dozen really pissed off dwarves. I literally went like 2 years in this fort without having a single red face. Like, we're fine. Don't even worry about it. We had one siege and a bunch of dwarves had to haul bodies. And that is a little bit upsetting. Our days are numbered because there is a calendar. Yeah, no, that's true. We are literally keeping track of them and counting. So. Yeah, no, I'm not super concerned. It could be the poison. I mean, no. Yeah. I mean, maybe. I am going to set this Metalsmith's Guild to citizens. Oh my god, which one of you morons brought a KB? Which one of you fuckers did it? I won't do anything about it, but I will complain loudly. Loyalty cascades have been patched. Like, they literally don't happen. What you might get is if you have a Tavern Keeper, you'll get Tavern Brawls. But loyalty cascades haven't happened since version 47. It was a actual bug. If you are openly, even if you are openly neglecting your dwarves, and I say that because I've done this. Even if you openly neglect your dwarves and go out of your way to satisfy none of their needs, demands, or requests, you won't get, like, every single dwarf starts loyalty cascading. That's literally not possible. If you want to see me running a fortress with almost triple digits, super angry dwarves, relatively stably, watch my video on ghosts. I've done it. It's like, it is absolutely possible. Or just like watch Deep Space stream sometime, where like he'll just be like curving on the limit all the time. Cause like I try to keep my dwarves pretty happy and generally do a pretty good job of it. But like Deep Space, when I watch his streams, like my hair stands on end a little bit because like he'll just be trucking along with like 70 pissed off dwarves. It's like, hey, dwarves are like a lot more resilient than some people think they are. And as far as loyalty cascades go, a loyalty cascade was like if a dwarf essentially just left the faction because somebody in their family got murdered by somebody in your fortress. Back in the day, the easiest way to cause it to happen was by just telling your military to kill somebody who was tantruming. That was the easiest way to do it. Then everybody that was part of that dwarf's family or a friend of that dwarf would then attack your military. And if they killed any of your military, then your military would all attack that dwarf, etc. So there's actually, like, I think a playstyle of Dwarf Fortress that not enough of the old school player base gives the game credit for, which is just the how long can you skirt the limit before shit just collapses? Because at this point in the games, in the era of this game, like, kind of a really long time. You can keep stuff just barely squeaking by. And I think it's super entertaining. Darius meets with the Outpost Liaison. I guess we are mid-autumn. You continue to impress. We've raised your land in the eyes of our realm. I'm going to ask for this. I need to sell them something. There was something specific I need to sell them that was easy that I have a lot of. Chat, does anybody remember what it was? I don't. Speaking of issues I have with this game, it would be really nice if they would, like, tell you what their requests for last year was. Like, hey, did you produce enough of this? Quivers! I think it was Quivers. Pretty sure it was Quivers. Oh, it was Thread? Thread! Yes, you're right, chat. Thread. I'm going to request... where is it? Why can't I find boulders? It's literally stone. There it is. Lignite, please. My eyes are failing me today. I mean, they fail me most days, but they're failing me worse than usual at the moment. Lignite. Done. I don't know if the traders have left. It'd be kind of annoying if they did. Blocks? Thread. Never had a fort that didn't have at least one just single asshole. I mean, this fort for a good while there, every single dwarf was above yellow. So everybody was like in one of the greens, except I had one extremely angry dwarf. It was like one pissed off dwarf who's now Mad Lab. He's one of my scholars. She's one of my scholars, rather. She's the one who just made the boat. And I genuinely think that that's hilarious to me. Like, it's one of the funniest things I've ever seen happen in this game. It's just how there's like one douche like that nobody likes. Everybody hates that dwarf. I'm actually just gonna buy all this clay. I'll figure out something to do with it. Nope. Okay. Done. You right here. Darius the Mayor has been reelected. How's the value of you? There we go. Satisfied it. I think I've got some... No, I used all that glass. Glass tube. Unforbid everything. Let's just do gem windows then. Oh, some migrants have arrived. Fortunately, these ones won't get the generational trauma of seeing the piles and piles and piles of dead goblins like the last one. The best thing to happen to a sad dwarf is to make an artifact and then they become miserable all they want, but they won't tantrum. You know what's really funny is if you have a really sad dwarf, slot that, and then they get put in prison. And actually, this isn't funny. It's really fucked up. And then they go to prison, right? Which is great because you got an upset dwarf that's in prison. But if they go insane while in prison and lose their mind, so they like they cease to have personhood, the dwarves will just bring them food and water forever. So you can quite literally have a dwarf live their entire life as a vegetable. And I've had it happen a couple of times where like a dwarf will like go melancholy or something while in prison. I mean, it's still kind of fucked up that has to happen, but it's wild that the dwarves just do that. They won't ever release them from jail, and they just remain sad forever. It's kind of grim. Oh, true. You're not wrong. They just become a fungus. Just like real life? Yeah, more or less. I actually had a viewer once tell me to release their dwarf so they could die. Which is also kind of sad when you think about it for more than 3 seconds. Also, lol racks. This Gelder is a lol rack, chat. Is that like the dwarf equivalent of a lol cow? A lol rack? Vegetable, chicken, potato, bean, you know. Bunny! Motherfucker. Monsters brought a bunny rabbit. We are in an ad break. I will unpause the game when the ads are done. You want to eat a lavish meal, a bedroom with value exceeding 8,000, but think overindulgence is disgusting. I like the outdoors, but vomit in the sun, and I think no, they stop liking the outdoors. Actually, if they vomit in the sun, their personality changes so that they like the doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time disappears if they have what's it called? Cave adaptation. Which is a detail I love, by the way. Yo, how do you get dwarves happy and you got taverns, deaths, plots, tier, and rooms for everyone? Some dwarves are just broken, but mist generators is like the cheesy way to do it. Although in this fort we're using organic, natural mist generators by simply letting water fall out of an aquifer. If they did that without prison, having melancholy dwarves being cared for, depends on how many melancholy dwarves I have, I think. I mean, I guess you could... I wonder if you can convict a melancholy dwarf of a crime. I don't actually know. Oh, let's just throw... Oh, nope, can't do gem windows because I don't have enough. Tons of gems, though. So we'll get a bunch of gems made. Can you make a water... I have tutorials on how to make mist generators. It's not that it has to be... Generated is the wrong word. You can make artificial ones or you can use natural ones. Falling water just makes mist. So you just need water to be falling. So like putting your tavern near a waterfall would do it. As an example. Dwarves want a doctor's guild. This is my hospital, so maybe the doctor's guild should go right here. Also, the value of my royal room for my baron is not high enough anymore because he's been ranked up in society, so we can engrave some floors down here. We'll see what this does, if anything. The statue provides two things. It causes the mist to spread out a little bit. But the bigger and more important thing that having a statue there does is if water is falling and it's more than one deep and it touches a dwarf who's carrying an item, they drop the item. So it's also to stop them from dropping shit. The other thing that'll sometimes happen with falling water in Dwarf Fort is if you have quite a lot of water in a thing that's producing mist, they won't be able to pick the item back up. So you have to turn the mist generator off to get the items that are stuck in that one tile that won't move. You just successfully used a screw pump for the first time thanks to your YouTube video. I did that in one take on stream, that video. That's like a video I'm not very happy with, but it works. I'm glad it's helpful to people still. You can save your flooded fortress. You can also watch my video about my flooded fortress. That fortress was wild because it straight up turned into like a Mission Impossible movie with like people running around in the rafters trying to like dig people out. It was like a straight up disaster film at a point. It was a neat movie. Or neat fort, rather. Movie's the wrong word. It was a fun one. I had a good time with it. But congratulations on that. Check, and I get a bunch of water for our friend here successfully using the screw pump. Yeah, I'm always kind of amazed when people are like, I've never used screw pumps before. And my question to them is always, how do you deal with your flooded, like, how do you unflood a fortress then? It's like, oh, I just retire it. Oh, well, there you go. It's always my assumption that they just retire it. I will say, though, that actually I think the Steam version is meaner when it comes to water than the ASCII version was. And I have a very specific reason for that. It's because ice, when it's underground, and this is actually specifically a change that people wanted, which I think is even funnier, is people used to get really annoyed. If you, like, dug this out underground and then filled it back in, you used to be able to see every single wall tile. But people didn't like that because they wanted to be able to, like, make their buildings look perfect if they had to dig out, like, an ore vein or something. So when you fill something back in, it becomes like dirt again. However, ice is considered a wall. So when rivers are frozen, they disappear. You can't see them underground like you used to. Unless you're playing in ASCII. So it's like a bigger trap than it used to be. I respect that, Voids. I respect it. I think it's funny, Clino. I mean, it got me a couple times. Floods are just migration events with extra steps. True, yeah. Wait, as in, like, your dwarves migrating out of the fortress, or... Just to make sure I'm getting the order right. And then we're gonna load logs. And then I just need to put a minecart here, which is the date palm wood minecart. Just gonna go right there. And then we're gonna get rid of all these logs. Why did it get moved? The heck? Oh, probably because they had to they constructed the thing underneath it. Another Helix has been found at half day's travel to the east. Good lord, there's a lot of Helixes in this world now. Okay, so this over here is going to be a Doctor's Guild, but let's just get this floored up first. Also, how you doing today, Clino? I'm doing great now that my stream's back online after my power went out briefly. When starting a new fort, do you ever think that blank canvas feeling? Sometimes, yeah, not usually. I mean, Chad can probably attest to this. I've definitely had days where, like, I start a fort and then I just, like, pan the camera around and go, I don't know what the fuck to do. Like, what the hell can I do? It doesn't usually happen, but it does happen. I'm gonna start making some multi-floors for these bedrooms, just to save some space. And people were saying that this fortress isn't that space efficient. They didn't even know who they were dealing with. They thought I was, I don't know, me, probably. I mean, you know, honestly, like my vampire fort video that I did, that fort was a clusterfuck because I reclaimed it, and I did this intentionally. Back when the volcanoes still erupted due to that bug, which has since been fixed. They no longer do that. So I guess it's, in a way, it's kind of neat that I managed to preserve it in that video. So I just had that infinitely self-reshaping landmass of ice next to the fort. It was pretty cool in a weird way, but also kind of terrifying because it was just constant cave-in sounds. Do I still do fort reviews? I have not done a fort review in multiple years and have zero intention of ever doing them again. At least in the format that I did them. They just stopped making sense, and they were the least popular thing I did on the channel by a lot. And the only real result was I just had people getting upset with me when I didn't cover their fortresses quick enough. Or didn't recover their fortresses because some people, for some reason, thought I did that. I don't like using other people's work as part of content, really. It's never felt good to me. It's never felt right. So, no. Even back when I did those videos, I didn't do them because I wanted to do them. I did them because chat pestered me to do them, which, you know, is always the best reason to make content, right? It's like, because people want to see it. But like, it stopped making sense really quickly. And I didn't like showing off bad forts because then people would just like kind of clown. I was worried people would just clown on people. And people are not super interested in watching big, cool, built, successful forts once they've built a few themselves. But people are even less interested in looking at bad forts. It just kind of makes people mad. So like, yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of responsibility and headache for content people didn't like watching. And I didn't like making. I've like thrown around this weird idea in my head a couple times of like, I'll kill your fort. So just like, although the way that it's always formed in my head is like, as like a weekend stream event or something where I just take a bunch of people's save files and try and like set the fort on fire as quickly as possible. Like the inverse of Pimp My Fortress. That would be kind of fun, but... You're done with being a corporate drone and you're off to lurk. Now you're just a view drone. What's the best way to find a vampire? Generate a world what has them. Turn up the frequency of them in Advanced World Gen. Or play adventure mode and then repeatedly punch statues or roll dice until you become one. With a lot of saves coming. And then walk to that location and then retire. Oh, wait, you mean find a vampire as in, like, there's one in your fortress that's killing your... So this is in YouTube chat. I didn't read the second half of the message. That's my bad. What's the best way to find a dwarf, a vampire? Lock everybody in the tavern, and the last one to get thirsty is the vampire. That's probably the easiest way to do it. Then there's the silly life hack way, which sounds like a joke when I say it, but isn't. Knock down all the walls. I'm not joking. Like, knock down every wall in your fortress. If you knock down every wall in your fortress... the next time the vampire eats somebody, everybody will see it. So knock down all the walls, put windows in the bedrooms, or lock everybody in the tavern and tell somebody, and don't let them drink. Assuming you don't have a tavern keeper. If you have a tavern keeper, then that trick don't work. This fort looks on the mini-map. I love that no matter what I do to this fort, the, like... tavern, like the hospital tavern and this either looks like a cartoony phaser gun with a hand on it or a duck head. That's what I like about this fort. Because that was completely unintended, but looking at it, it's like, why is there a duck surrounded by honeycombs? Sergeant Donut, naturally you can have a dwarf with a beardeth in the militarist. You get Deller. Deller Donut. Dorfensterf. Don't nut these dwarfs. He is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He is inattentive to detail in his own work and prefers to present himself modestly. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He is pleased by his appearance and talents and tends to not reveal personal information. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square his natural tendency with his respect to martial prowess. He doesn't handle stress well and he doesn't seek out excitement. Well, that's not good. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He lowers his eyes when he's angry, and he laughs very loudly whenever he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't care about much anymore. He has two friends in the fort, which is Olin the Messenger and Saigon, and you're a member of the Virtuitous Cult. Wow. welcome to the fort. You're a member of the Future Beans. Speaking of the Future Beans, I'm gonna send them out to the military to go. I'm gonna send this squatty out to go attack something. Because we are right here, drinking beer. And I'm going to go attack Devil Haze. We're not going to steal their items, but I'm going to try and get other stuff. Good luck, dwarves. Thank you, Baku. I've done competitions before, and I'm going to say this as politely as possible. Absolutely not. I will never do another competition. That was not a fun... That was a lot of work. Not worth the effort. Cost money, because I had a prize, which was also a mistake. No, absolutely not. The worst thing that you can possibly do to your community is incite reasons for them to compete against one another. That's how you get communities like StarCraft. Or... actually, Counter-Strike is probably a better example. That's how you get communities that actively hate each other. And I don't want my chat to hate each other. Yeah, I will never do another contest, especially considering, like, contests need judges, and things that I like are different than what other people like. And the one time I did a contest, most of the response I got to it was, why did he pick that one? And no, absolutely not. I don't know. That seems like a trap. What are you saying, Silvershe? Check DF Discord, as in my Discord, or like. Wait, hold on. Do you mean in Dwarf Fortress? Hold up. Are you talking about Dwarf Fortress? Like children being 18 in Dwarf Fort? Okay. Thank you for the clarification there. They don't turn 18 until their 18th birthday, but their 18th birthday isn't the first, but their age number moves up on the first. So that means they haven't hit their birthday yet. So in like the Dwarf UI, it says that they are, this Dwarf 73. They could actually be 72 and haven't had their birthday yet if, say, like, their birthday's on the 17th of Timber. Yeah, so just wait. I was like, hold, this seems like a trap, man. What are you trying to bait me into saying? Who are you? No, yes. In Dwarf children become adults when they hit 18, but they might be in their 18th year, but they're not actually 18 yet. On the Chinese New Year? I never really thought about it that way, but I guess so. Feline? Exactly, Devilish. Hi. There are better ways to encourage creativity than a competition? Yeah, like a mod jam or something. But no, I think like at this point, I'm just kind of being pretty strict on that. I'm going to try and not use other people's stuff for content unless I'm reading an old fan fiction or something. Or doing something like that boat murdered video, you know? Like that's kind of the only thing that I will do in regards to using other people's work for my own material gain.
No!
Like boat murdered, yeah.
No! No!
Has made major game design decisions on the basis of keeping DF non-competitive. It's the reason he spent weeks making a tutorial usually work instead of making an official tutorial world. It's also like, I guess maybe one of the reasons why I shy away from speedrunning for Dwarf Fort, even though it's like kind of a weirdly fascinating thing. Now you're just trying to tell me something? Like, what's with all this interruptions going on? Can I finish the sentence? Or I guess not. Let's see how many blocks I have. Let's just use mudstone. For the underbeds, these are Dwarf Fortress bunk beds. But I hope that your day is all right. Devilish? You wish that you could cheese? Don't we all? All right, this is going to be a 50% Doctor's Guild. That's not done being floored yet. I need more bricks first. This also makes me wonder now if I have actually hit my population cap. Because I know that I set one not super long ago in a different fort, so let me just double check. Just because it's very odd that I landed exactly on 150 dwarves. Nope. 220. Good to know. Which is the default cap. Or you take screenshots of it and share it somewhere. Beeline. An inebriated cat inspires you edge crafting a fringe satisfaction score until it turns your entire population upside down. I beggeth your pardon? And tantruming? Does he have parents in the fort? Silver Sheep? Because if he has parents, he could just expel the parents. That'll boot him out. So this is going to be a Doctor's Guild. The list of uses is crazy. Yeah, it's also super rare, Thomas, in YouTube chat. Thomas says, why is Killer Knight's so useful in Dwarf Fortress? The list of uses is crazy. It's like, well, I mean, it's a good question. His dad is such a good miner? Well, then... Wait, yeah, just wait until he turns 18, I guess. The other thing you could do is never actually convict him of any of his crimes. Until he turns 18. And then convict him of all of his crimes. I'm actually just going to ignore this one. I'm not going to make a Ranger's Guild. I'm going to accept it, but not... Well, fuck it. I'll make a Ranger's Guild. But I'm going to cheese this one. Haha! It's almost the highest possible score for one. Immediate, or the highest necessary score for this difficulty. Well, his dad's a good miner and his child is a bad miner. I get you. I don't know. What does he need in his life? Maybe you have the opportunity to redeem him. I mean, like, maybe it's possible. What's the value of you? 19971. And what happens if you place the fort directly under semi-molten rock? Okay. Can the goblins mine through semi-molten rock? Is that what you're trying to figure out? Another Helix has been created. Man, I'm getting a little city developing around me. Oh shit, they have workers. I'm absolutely gonna do that. The real question is, this is the weirdest artifact I've had happen here, is I've got this site that's linked to me, but I can't request workers from it. Said science was the initial invading goblins mopped the floor with the surface, but didn't bring the trolls with picks, so they didn't just idle about and fought a forest titan that showed up and left. Oh. So it wasn't very successful science. Further testing is required. I was gonna ask if they just create infinite lava flows like before, but I guess we don't know. He's mad that I expelled his cousin who broke another dwarf's legs and needed new socks and making more socks, and maybe clothing industry is behind. I think I may have found the systemic problem that is causing these mood problems in your fortress. I think your fortress requires additional socks. I never said that testing wasn't a feature. Science is very important and a part of dwarven culture and society, I think. It was a very messy guild hall, but hey. Oh. The were... Hold on. There's a lot to unpack here. The were-kangaroo child prisoner. The were-kangaroo child prisoner. Nebo Ligaruthos. Ligaruthos has come. A large kangaroo twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for both flesh and blood, and its eyes glow orange. Its raw umber hair is short and even. You will know why you fear the night and whatever. Let's see if I can close the door. Before it gets in. Kind of funny looking. It's got 12 kills. Well, it killed a cat. It's minus 28. Well, that's what the game thinks he is. His mother's named M. Danicock. That's the kind of last name you get bullied for having. Now you're a naked child. Well, she is unfriendly and disagreeable. See ya, kiddo. Shouldn't have prayed twice to the moon god after your bad blessing. Hubris, absolutely. Did somebody become a... Oh, child, yes. She did kill her cat, yeah. Curiosity didn't kill the cat, the were-kangaroo did. Cat saved the fortress? Well, I don't know. If they're a child prisoner, then how are they out in the world? Well, they're okay, they escaped, clearly. Probably for mass murder, if I were to guess. Well, chat told me to save the fortress. The cat didn't save the fortress, you know? I gotta repause. She was released early on bad behavior. She probably ate the guard. I mean, let's be real here. And we got another 10 seconds in these ads. And thanks everybody for tuning back in, by the way. Appreciate you guys. Because, you know, my whole power went out for a hot second there. All right. Let's go work on these bedrooms over here. So let's first unsuspend a few of these. Because one of the best ways to, like, sort out crappy moods is just get people into bedrooms. Honestly, like, just having a nice bed to sleep in and a roof over your head makes dwarves a lot happier. It's strange how relatable these little pixel guys can be sometimes. We've also got an artifact that's just starting. Let's grab these. I think that dwarf just claimed a stoneworker's shop. Speaking of skills in Dwarf Fortress getting removed, does anybody else ever occasionally remember that Dwarf Fortress used to have architecture as a skill, and now it doesn't? Because I sometimes think about the architecture skill maybe more than I should. Like, kind of a lot, actually. Because it was like a neat idea as a skill. It's like the quality of how a building was assembled, but... Thank Armok for that change. I mean, it was certainly annoying, especially because right at the beginning of every fort, you had to, like, assign an architect. For those of you who don't know, a lot of buildings required an extra step for construction. And usually that step involved the architect. It was just a dwarf that would show up and then just, like, start the construction of a building, basically. It was for bridge construction. It was for magma forges. It was for some machine items. It was for trading depots. I think siege weapons? And I think the bigger shops as well, so like the kennels, as it used to be called, which is now the animal catcher shop. Gem cutter shop. You require rough gems. Do I literally have no... Oh, I cut all of my gems. That's funny. They require rough gems, so we shall go down here until I find gems of the rough variety, and I shall get them so that we can cut them. Why are people who are in prisoners called prisoners and not prisonees? Because I didn't write the English language and don't know how it works. Although prisonees sounds like a knee pain problem. Look at all these dwarves dancing. Holy shit. You know, these big circular dances? It's kind of awesome, actually. Neat. I guess I'm out of bags. How much cloth do I have? Let's just do cloth bags and just make like 90 of them. Cloth bag. Value of you, you're good enough. And over here, bedrooms, starting to look complete-ish. Let's get a bunch of these unforbidden. Get beds in the rest of these. At least the ones that still need them. We're out of beds, so I will just assign the ones that I have. I do this manually, so I know how many more bedrooms I need to make. Also, I'm presuming my... Well, there you are. I've acquired a merchant. That's kind of neat. He respects the development of his skill and is put off by other stuff. Can I put you in the military? Did they ever fix that? I wonder. That, traveling worker is the merchant. No, I can't put them in the military. They're not true citizens. Yes. You click this button up here. Or hit H on the keyboard. RGS. You go to a certain level and you can bind them to the F keys. Medtob has, the gem cutter, has created Rukolnir, a perfect citrine, and offers it to the music of beans. How nice of them. There it is. And also I need another display item. Also, chat, can I get a bunch of dancing emotes? I haven't heard this song play in a minute. My favorite bug fix in this patch, which I think is a very, very underrated bug fix, and I don't think anybody's gonna talk about it ever, because it's very small, in a way, or hard to notice, I suppose, unless you play an absurdly too much of this game. When Adventure Mode released, I had a bug where all of my forts only played the Adventure Mode music. Don't know why. But as of this version, it seems that they don't just play the music now. They will also play other songs from the game. And I'm so happy that it's doing that. It is so nice. He says as he's slaughtering puppies. Because for a good while there, like, I didn't hear this song for, like, the better part of a year. Okay, so according to Cordovis in the YouTube chat, because you don't prison people, you imprison them. Prison is a noun, not a verb. That's why they're prisoners and not prisonees. So, thanks for the grammar course. English, why? I'm just gonna use this as an excuse to blame the British. Still need more bedrooms, but hey, we made some progress. Could be worse. It's still not the French. Yeah, true. Age Lances has been founded nearly a day's travel and incorporated into my holdings. I now have more Helixes. Hey, kids. I heard you like Helixes. How about some Helixes for your Helixes? With all these Helixes, we're going to give you a couple more Helixes so that you can found more Helixes. I'm gonna tell you this, suspicious salad. I failed English. Genuinely, I have no idea. Like, true story, no idea. Leave of gems is a valuable corpse. I kind of wish they did, but no. No, it's a valueless corpse. It's just really heavy. But I wanted to keep it because it's blue garnet. Like, that's pretty. Okay, Chad. I'm still having problems fighting with my nose. If we get another siege, it's going to take a chunk of time to deal with it. We've more than doubled the population. We started at 76 dwarves today, and we are now at 150, which is a very good number. Tomorrow, let's go for 220. And the wars have begun. We got one solid siege and a bunch of thieves. Let's actually see how that raid went. The Lance of Men attacked the mute dungeons of the Dungeons of Warmth in Devil Haze, and Jorkovlak led the attack, and the defenders were led by a goblin named Bax. Erush outmatched the goblin Bax with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. And the Future Beans, led by Jack Levuk, clashed with 5 goblins, slaying them. And a goblin was struck down. Another goblin was struck down. Sergeant Donut happened upon by a goblin, like was ambushed, but Sergeant Donut prevailed. Same thing happened to the goblin Smatsu. Bax, the leader, Relic Wards, was struck down in the fighting as well. And finally, at the very end, a goblin named Duxkong was struck down by a dwarf named Aiden. And my dwarves were victorious. We also stole some books unrelated. All right, well, I think today was a success, aside from my power going out. So thanks to everybody for tuning back in after the power went out. I will be back with this fortress tomorrow. We're going to do a Friday stream this week. Maybe even do a weekend stream this week if I'm up for it. But mostly this weekend's going to be spent editing. But there will be a Friday stream this week, so you will see me here tomorrow. I'm going to go hang out with Orange TJ, who's in chat probably, because they're flying home tomorrow. It's been hanging out at my place for a week on vacation. So yeah, we're gonna call it now. I think that's me for the night. That's us for the day. That's it for us and now. And I hope that if you're on the YouTube side of things, you pop over here onto Twitch to come raid somebody. Otherwise, we will see you YouTubers. Normal time. Whoopsies. Tomorrow. And Twitch chat, definitely stick around. We're gonna go raid someone playing Dwarfs. All right. YouTube's gone. It's safe. Thank you, chat, for hanging out today and dealing with the stream disappearing for a couple minutes. That sucks. But I think we came through. Me getting a sandwich really lifted up my spirits and helped us power through to the end of the fort. Well, to the end of the stream, anyway. Little bit of a shorter stream today, but I did kind of announce that just because, planning to end early today. Tomorrow will go more longer. It'll be a more normal length stream than today was. Because, we'll make up for it. But to the chat, if you're in the chat, I need you to do me a very big favor. I need you to grab your favorite emotes and post them in my chat. And then we're going to go find somebody to raid. But first, I'm going to go grab the raid music. Give me 2 seconds. And I will have stuff up on the YouTube channel this weekend. Damn it. It's going to happen.